Ancient Meadows by Charles John Cornish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Probably there are no meadows in the world so good as those in England, or so old. They are the sole portions of the earth's surface, with the exception of the barren wastes and cliffs, which modern agriculture respects and leaves in peace. Hence the excellence of the English pastures and the envy of the continent. When I look at one of these fat and smiling meads, the pride and stay of the farm in which it lies, I like to think that it and its like are probably survivals of old England's surface remaining unchanged since the days of Canute and Edward the Confessor, with a fixity of type as enduring as that of the wildest parts of the New Forest or of the Great Park at Windsor. From the early Saxon times, Old Meadow has been distinguished from mere grazing ground, and has always been scarce. 2/3 of what is now established meadowland still shows the marks of ridge and furrow, and from the length of time needed to make a meadow, 10 years on the best land, 100 on the worst, men have always been reluctant to break up old pasture. Ancient customs survive even in the tenure of these sacred spots of earth. Joint holdings exist in meadowland long after they have disappeared in connection with the cultivated portions. The Thames Valley is still full of such joint tenancies. In the Stour Valley, with Essex on one side and Suffolk on the other, are numbers of common meadows, in which several men own portions, which they agree to feed or mow as they may decide every year. At Bampton in Oxfordshire, the sections of the common meadow are annually redistributed by lots among 16 owners. The flat meadows by the sides of rivers, level as a table, are so exactly alike in one particular, their absolute conformity to the level line, that an explanation of their history seems demanded by their shape. The story is simple enough as geologists read it. All the flat meadows have been made by floods, which, as they retired, left a uniform deposit of mud. This went on till the level rose even with the highest flood mark, and as rivers tend to wear their own channels deeper, the flat meadows were left. These, however, are in many cases only in course of being made. They are not always the sweetest or most ancient pasture, like that on a good warm marl and loam round the inland farms. St. Barnabas mow the grass is an old country saying, but although St. Barnabas's day falls when the meadows are generally ripe for mowing, there is no crop so tickle, as the Yorkshire farmers say, as to the time at which it must be cut. Hay must fall when the grasses are in flower. Walk into a hayfield in the second week of June, and you will see the pollen dripping from the fescue and timothy, and the yellow from the buttercups lodges on your boots. Then the beauty of a good meadow can be seen and understood. The trefoil and yellow suckling are ankle deep, and a little above rises the perennial red clover, the white being not yet in full bloom. The true grasses reach to the knee, the growth becoming less dense as it rises higher, and the crowning glory of beauty is the wide ox-eyed daisies, more dear, however, to the artist than the farmer. Dotted among the grasses are carmine meadow vetchling and a dozen other small leguminosæ, golden weasel snout, buttercups, and wild blue geranium. In a picture of Albrecht Dürer's, which we once saw, the artist had evidently painted the section of a hayfield. One seemed to be lying on the cut grass and looking at the wall left after the last sweep of the scythe. Every flower, every stalk of grass was painted, the white daisies filling the top of the canvas. Not only sight but scent is needed to judge the maturity of the crop. In a walk through the mowing grass to determine the condition of the blossom, the fragrance of the odours from the almost invisible flowers of the grasses and of the tiny clovers, crowfoot and trefoil that blush unseen in the thick growth at the bottom, is almost stupefying, and is certain in some cases to bring on a violent attack of hay fever at night. If the flower is out, then the hay must be cut, no matter how threatening the weather, and no crop lies so completely at the mercy of the skies as does the hay. If the crop be short, it cannot therefore be left to grow. The grass must fall while the blossom is upon it, or the cattle will refuse it. Better let it spoil on the ground than spoil as it grows, is a country maxim. For the latter is a certain loss, and a day's bright sun and wind may always dry a fallen crop. How and when men first learned to make hay will probably never be known. For haymaking is a process, and the product is not merely sun-dried grass, but grass which has partly fermented, and is as much the work of men's hands as flour or cider. Probably its discovery was due to accident, unless men learnt it from the pikers, or calling hares of the eastern steppes, which cut and stack hay for the winter. That idea would fit in nicely with the theory that Central Asia was the home of the Aryan race, if we were allowed to believe it, and haymaking is certainly an art mainly practised in cold countries for winter forage. But the old meadows only supply a part, though probably the most valuable part, of the yearly crop of hay. The change from arable to pasture, which has marked the last 20 years of English farming, has covered what were once cornfields with sown grasses or leys. No one travelling by rail over any of the high plateau of the south of England, such as the Berkshire Downs or Salisbury Plain, can fail to notice the hundreds of acres of waving ryegrass which has taken the place of fallows and turnip fields. On the chalkland the lovely sainfoin spreads its crimson flowers over an ever-growing area, for sainfoin hay is the best of all food for producing milk, and is saved for the ewes in lambing time, and for the dairy cows. 7 years is the life allotted to a sainfoin ley, after which it is ploughed up and used for other crops. Hardly any sown pasture is so beautiful or so profitable as this on soil which suits its growth. It gives 2 crops in the year, and the hay can often be sold for £6 or £7 an acre. The broad-leaved clover grows on most soils, and though it stands for 2 years, is generally ploughed in after the first year's cutting. For agricultural chemists have discovered that the delicate clover leaves gather in nitrates from the air, and so, when ploughed into the ground, give food to the young wheat plant. Field hay, as the produce of the ryegrass, sainfoin, clover and trefoil is called, is a new feature in the country. Its beauty is less refined, bright though the masses look in early June, and the pleasure it gives is less. It is part of modern husbandry, and lacks the poetry of the old. Half the beauty of the haysel has been lost since the mowing machine was invented and the other time-saving appliances of modern farming. For the most picturesque sight in the cycle of rural toil was to watch the mowers. But the steady rushing of the steel through the falling grass, the rhythmic movement of the mowers as they advanced en echelon, right foot foremost, down the meadow, and the ring of the whetstones on the scythes, have almost given place to the rattling machine. Yet there is more pleasure in haysel than joy in harvest. The weather is not so hot, and the grass does not attract the sun as does the stubble. Everyone is ready to lend a hand. There is the sweet scent of the flowers when fresh, and of the grass as it dries. The big horses munch happily while the workmen rest for their elevenses and fourses, and eat their white currant loaves and drink their cider. The wives help to rake the swathes together for the men, and the children roll about and bury themselves in the haycocks. If the weather is very catchy, the farmer is sometimes thoughtful, but the stake is not so great as at harvest time, and the anxiety proportionately less. The cutting of the grass leads to a sad disturbance of the wild creatures which the meadow shelters under its tall crop. As the machine or the mowers make the circuit of the outer edges, the nests of landrails, larks, partridges and pipits are uncovered, and even missing bantam hens and guinea fowls from the farm may often be found sitting on a stolen nest in the hayfield. The shining blades of the machine cause cruel destruction among all these confiding creatures, and the close-sitting partridges are more often killed than saved. Doe rabbits and field mice, or rather the voles, which are destroying the Scotch pastures, have their nests in the grass, and in the very centre of the field an old hedgehog and her young and prickly family are found rolled up like dumplings, and presenting their spines to the inquisitive sheepdog that has discovered them. The ground, of course, swarms with insects that have fallen from the grass, and the whole surface of the newly cut field is one great table of food for birds and beasts. They do not wait to be invited. Starlings and sparrows rush down upon the grubs and spiders, and eat till they can eat no more. The rooks march over the field in black battalions, and gobble up every lark's, landrail's and partridge's egg uncovered, pull to pieces the voles' nests, and swallow with infinite relish the young and helpless voles. The dogs do their best to eat the young hedgehogs, and thereby prick their mouths sadly, and then scratch out the young rabbits and catch the moles, which, being stupid and subterranean, are not aware that the covering grass has gone, and work too near the surface. In the evening the cats come shyly to the field, and catch the disconsolate mice which venture back to look for their children. But perhaps the most curious evidence of the universal attractiveness of a hayfield which the writer has yet seen was the invasion of a meadow by fish. A summer flood had come down the upper waters of the Cherwell, and spread over the meadows near Kidlington Church, drowning millions of insects and small animals. The water still lay among the haycocks, covering the ground to a depth of a few inches, and of course filling all the ditches and deeper channels. Up these the fish had come, leaving the muddy river, and had spread themselves in shoals over the field. Great chub and carp and roach were pushing and flapping among the haycocks, their backs partly out of the water, and swallowing greedily the drowned creatures which floated in thousands on the surface or lay dead at the bottom. When frightened, they struggled back to the ditches, from which, however, they soon returned to their novel feeding ground. End of Ancient Meadows by Charles John Cornish.
CIA Avian Training Program, 1973 to 1974. Excerpts from Declassified Historical Documents. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Historical Collections. An important part of CIA's ongoing effort to be more open and to provide for more public accountability has been a recognition of the importance of declassifying historically significant agency documents. CIA's Historical Review Program, with the exception of several statutory mandated requirements, is a voluntary declassification program that focuses on records of historical value. The program's managers rely on the advice and guidance of the agency's history staff, the DCI's Historical Review Panel, and the general public in selecting topics for review. Under guidelines laid out for the program, historical records are released except in instances where disclosure would damage national security, that is, for example, where it would reveal sensitive foreign government information or identify intelligence sources and methods that are currently in use and that are subject to denial and/or deception. The Historical Review Program coordinates the review of the documents with CIA components and other U.S. government entities before final declassification action is taken, and the documents are transferred to the National Archives. Declassified Document Number 1. Approved for release 2019-07-30, C06527-480. 20 December 1973. Memorandum for the Record. Subject: ORD Bird Programs. On 13 December 1973, ORD/LSD personnel briefed EA/CH/OS personnel on their avian sensor and training programs. The avian training program involves the use of trained birds to perform some act, that is, photography, package emplacement of operational significance in areas inaccessible to human agents. ORD personnel are working toward the development of an avian/photographic system applicable to a specific target. They are interested in conducting a basic study to determine the limits of usefulness of various avian species and are interested in obtaining requirements and possible operational scenarios to work against. EA/CH/OS personnel stated that they could not identify any requirements, but suggested some possible scenarios. These are: A. Photograph of a specific room interior. B. Aerial photograph of targets located 20 miles or more from a suitable launch point. And C. Emplacement of a line between buildings over a distance of 50 feet or more. Declassified Document Number 2. Approved for release 2019-07-30. C. 065275543. 8 May 1974. Progress Report Number 2. Avian Training Program. March, April 1974. Program Director. Dear Sir, as the following daily reports will show, 3 of the birds listed have just started to work free. 2 of these are the Canadian falcons, which have undergone fairly extensive preliminary training before they started to work free. We also list the cockatoo, and this one is included as a feasibility test. We are completely in the dark as to what the possibilities are in regard to this critter. We have not been able to dig up any information as regards to its distance possibilities or the visual potential. We do know that this particular bird is a clever flyer, but seems if it may be too slow to avoid gull attacks. Daily Training Schedule. Monday, April 22nd, 1974. Doodah, (raven), 3 miles from shore to boat, 1/2 mile from boat to target. Response and strength good. Wind 5 miles per hour northwest. Dink, (prairie falcon), 1 1/2 mile from boat to the target. Refused to come to boat. Fed and worked on boat. Wind 10 miles per hour northwest. This bird is an extremely good prospect. It has shown willingness to work over the water, a big question mark in the beginning. As of the date indicated here, this bird was working under a severe handicap, since the primary feathers on one wing have been broken halfway up since we first got him. These will be replaced later in the year as the bird molts. Cockatoo, 50 yards to the boat, 3 flights, response and strength good, 10 miles per hour, wind northwest. Falcon, female, 1 mile to target on land. Started work on lure in building. Strength and response good. Tiercel, male falcon. Started work on lure in building. Heavy wind, 30 to 40 miles per hour, northwest. Tuesday, April 23rd. Doodah, 3 miles to boat, 3/4 mile from boat to target. Response and strength good. Dink, 100 yards to boat. Refused second attempt. 1 1/2 miles from boat to target. Heavy gull pressure. Strength questionable. Cockatoo, 100 yards to boat. 3 flights. Strength and response good. Tiercel, started work to boat. 50 yards to boat. 50 yards from boat to target. Carried package with response and strength good. Brandy, NGB, Hawks, 5 miles to target. Very good altitude, response and strength good. Avian Training Program, Wednesday, April 24th. Doodah, 3 miles to boat, 1 mile from boat to target. Wind 5 miles per hour south. Dink, short flight to boat, 1 mile to the target. Made stop before coming in. Response fair, but strength questionable. Cockatoo, 1/4 mile to boat. Wind 5 miles per hour with response and strength good. Falcon, 3/4 mile to the lure. 3/4 mile to target. Response and strength good. Tiercel, 100 yards to boat and 100 yards return to target. Lure used on target. Response and strength good with 10 mile per hour wind. Thursday, April 25th. Heavy winds all day, 20 to 40 miles per hour to northeast. All birds flown inside. Friday, April 26th. Heavy winds again, 30 miles per hour. All birds flown inside. Weekend. Monday, April 29th. Doodah, 3 1/2 mile flight to boat. 3/4 mile return flight from boat to land. Response and strength good. Dink, 3/4 mile flight from boat to target. Again, response good, but flying capacity questionable because of impaired wing. Cockatoo, 1/4 mile to the boat. 2 flights with response and strength good. Tirsil, 100 yards to boat. 100 yards from boat to target. Response and strength good. Falcon, start work on the boat. Fed and carried on moving boat. Avian training program, Tuesday, April 30th. Doodah, attempted 2 3/4 mile flight to boat, but bird refused because of high winds, but did come from 1 1/2 miles, returned from 1 mile. Dink, 1/2 mile from boat to target. Flight capacity, questionable. Tirsil, 200 yards to boat. 3 flights with strength and response good. Falcon, close work on boat. Response good with heavy winds. Although not indicated here, the hawks worked several times in the time frame of this report when other bird work was finished early enough. In following the work of the prairie falcon, one will note the bird's limitations due to impaired wing, but it can also be noted this one has excellent potential. At the first signs of molt, we expect to put this bird up and feed him heavily in order to shorten the molt period and again have him working at full capacity. Respectfully, name has been redacted from the memo. End of CIA Avian Training Program, 1973 to 1974. Excerpts from declassified historical documents. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Forgiveness, Mark Twain on the biblical patriarchs Joseph and Esau, excerpted from The Innocents Abroad, Chapter 47. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. About 10 in the morning, we halted at Joseph's Pit. This is a ruined khan of the Middle Ages, in one of whose side courts is a great walled and arched pit with water in it, and this pit, one tradition says, is the one Joseph's brethren cast him into. A more authentic tradition, aided by the geography of the country, places the pit in Dothan, some 2 days' journey from here. However, since there are many who believe in this present pit as the true one, it has its interest. It is hard to make a choice of the most beautiful passage in a book which is so gemmed with beautiful passages as the Bible. But it is certain that not many things within its lids may take rank above the exquisite story of Joseph. Who taught those ancient writers their simplicity of language, their felicity of expression, their pathos, and above all, their faculty of sinking themselves entirely out of sight of the reader, and making the narrative stand out alone and seem to tell itself? Shakespeare is always present when one reads his book. Macaulay is present when we follow the march of his stately sentences, but the Old Testament writers are hidden from view. If the pit I have been speaking of is the right one, a scene transpired there long ages ago, which is familiar to us all in pictures. The sons of Jacob had been pasturing their flocks near there. Their father grew uneasy at their long absence, and sent Joseph, his favorite, to see if anything had gone wrong with them. He traveled 6 or 7 days' journey. He was only 17 years old, and, boylike, he toiled through that long stretch of the vilest, rockiest, dustiest country in Asia, arrayed in the pride of his heart, his beautiful claw-hammer coat of many colors. Joseph was the favorite, and that was one crime in the eyes of his brothers. He had dreamed dreams and interpreted them to foreshadow his elevation far above all his family in the far future, and that was another. He was dressed well, and had doubtless displayed the harmless vanity of youth in keeping the fact prominently before his brothers. These were crimes his elders fretted over among themselves, and proposed to punish when the opportunity should offer. When they saw him coming up from the Sea of Galilee, they recognized him and were glad. They said, "Lo, here is this dreamer, let us kill him." But Reuben pleaded for his life, and they spared it. But they seized the boy and stripped the hated coat from his back and pushed him into the pit. They intended to let him die there. But Reuben intended to liberate him secretly. However, while Reuben was away for a little while, the brethren sold Joseph to some Ishmaelitish merchants who were journeying towards Egypt. Such is the history of the pit. And the selfsame pit is there in that place, even to this day, and there it will remain until the next detachment of image breakers and tomb desecrators arrives from the Quaker City excursion, and they will infallibly dig it up and carry it away with them. For behold, in them is no reverence for the solemn monuments of the past, and whithersoever they go they destroy and spare not. Joseph became rich, distinguished, powerful, as the Bible expresses it, Lord over all the land of Egypt. Joseph was the real king, the strength, the brain of the monarchy, though Pharaoh held the title. Joseph is one of the truly great men of the Old Testament, and he was the noblest and the manliest, save Esau. Why shall we not say a good word for the princely Bedouin? The only crime that can be brought against him is that he was unfortunate. Why must everybody praise Joseph's great-hearted generosity to his cruel brethren without stint of fervent language, and fling only a reluctant bone of praise to Esau for his still sublimer generosity to the brother who had wronged him? Jacob took advantage of Esau's consuming hunger to rob him of his birthright, and the great honor and consideration that belonged to the position. By treachery and falsehood he robbed him of his father's blessing. He made of him a stranger in his home and a wanderer. Yet after 20 years had passed away, and Jacob met Esau and fell at his feet, quaking with fear, and begging piteously to be spared the punishment he knew he deserved, what did that magnificent savage do? He fell upon his neck and embraced him. When Jacob, who was incapable of comprehending nobility of character, still doubting, still fearing, insisted upon finding grace with my lord by the bribe of a present of cattle, what did the gorgeous son of the desert say? "Nay, I have enough, my brother. Keep that thou hast unto thyself." Esau found Jacob rich, beloved by wives and children, and traveling in state, with servants, herds of cattle, and trains of camels. But he himself was still the uncourted outcast this brother had made him. After 13 years of romantic mystery, the brethren who had wronged Joseph came, strangers in a strange land, hungry and humble, to buy a little food, and being summoned to a palace charged with crime, they beheld in its owner their wronged brother. They were trembling beggars, he the lord of a mighty empire. What Joseph that ever lived would have thrown away such a chance to show off? Who stands first, outcast Esau forgiving Jacob in prosperity, or Joseph on a king's throne forgiving the ragged tremblers whose happy rascality placed him there? End of Forgiveness, Mark Twain on the Biblical Patriarchs Joseph and Esau, excerpted from The Innocents Abroad, Chapter 47, read by David Wales.
The Frauds on the Bank of Liverpool, from Famous Trials of History, by Frederick Edwin Smith, 1st Earl of Birkenhead. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Frauds on the Bank of Liverpool. The great criminal trial of 1902 was that of Caldi and a number of other men for extensive frauds upon the Bank of Liverpool. The story is a remarkable one, for Caldi, who was a bank clerk, was, when the frauds commenced, one of the unfortunate class of men who had been unable to withstand temptation and had committed embezzlement. His crime at first in no way differed from that of many others who have found themselves in like case. What made the trial so interesting was that he was found out not by his employers, but by two unscrupulous persons who terrified him into more extensive depredations to satisfy their greed. Then other men, abler and more greedy, had ferreted out the cause of the sudden access of wealth of the former two, and themselves fastened on to the unfortunate man, who was driven by two sets of merciless taskmasters, acting independently, into committing for their benefit frauds on a scale hitherto unknown and deemed impossible. All his skill and ingenuity in the committing and cloaking of his crime were exercised to the full, not for his own benefit, but for that of his blackmailers, who thought that they had so arranged matters that, when the discovery inevitably came, they would be able to escape all consequences, leaving their unfortunate tool to his inevitable fate. So artfully did they believe they had planned and carried out their nefarious schemes. I propose in the following pages to tell the story of these colossal frauds, and to show how these bloodsuckers failed in their calculations, and shared their victims' fate. Although the actual frauds were committed at Liverpool, the scheming was done for the most part in London, and thus it came about when others were arrested and charged with Caldi. The trial was appointed to take place, not on circuit at Liverpool, but at the Old Bailey. The case marked an important development in my career. I was established in practice at Liverpool, but naturally had then but few opportunities of appearing off my circuit, and becoming known to a wider clientele. I had been retained for Caldi, and at the trial I appeared in London in competition with the established leaders of the bar, in a case which riveted the attention of the whole country. It was such a chance as may make or mar a man. To return to the story. On 21st of November, 1901, there was a scene of great excitement and grave anxiety at the head office of the Bank of Liverpool. Facts had come to light which seemed to point inevitably to defalcations on a large scale which would involve the bank in heavy losses. The accounts had to be investigated, and it was found that the ledgers in which those accounts were written were in the charge of Thomas Peterson Caldi. He was invited into the office to give an explanation. He had none. He broke down and confessed to a series of forgeries and embezzlements to the extent of some £160,000. As his story was being told, some point was raised which gave him the opportunity of going to his place in the office to fetch the books in his charge. He took advantage of this momentary absence to abscond from the building. For some days he was missing, searched for high and low. Then he was found, in hiding, near Liverpool, in a state of abject destitution. Whoever had profited, he had not, for he was penniless. He was arrested, and while in custody made statements which completed his confession and led to the arrest of 3 of those who had driven him on. The delay had, however, enabled 2 others to abscond, and they were never brought to justice. Until the fatal day, so long dreaded by him, when he was called into the office, he had never come under any suspicion. He was trusted by the bank, and seemed to have deservedly earned the confidence reposed in him during his 8 years' service. He was then 29 years of age, was a native of Shetland, and well educated. To all appearances, he was a decent, hard-working man, of no particular note. He had no marked peculiarities or expensive tastes, and lived so simply and quietly that his board and lodging cost him no more than £1 a week. He had attained a position of responsibility, for which he received a salary of £3 a week. In those days, bank clerks received comparatively small pay, and only achieved promotion slowly and by degrees. They had, of course, a secured position and the prospect of a pension. Such a man, whose modest budget appeared to show a steady surplus, should have been saving money, yet he was penniless. He ought to have no motive for committing his crimes. He had no obvious extravagance, was not given to folly, and probably was the last of their employees of whom the bank would have entertained suspicions. Yet he had a secret vice, one which no bank can afford to countenance. He had taken to betting on horse races. As so often happens, he lost, and lost so heavily that he was unable to meet his obligations to the bookmakers. About 1898, he was faced with exposure and consequent dismissal unless he made due payment of £100. To avoid the consequences of his foolishness, which he had brought upon himself, he yielded to the temptation of stealing from the bank. He forged a cheque for £100, and unfortunately for him, escaped detection at the time. But there was the shortage, and sooner or later it had to be made up. Like so many weaklings, he increased his betting so as to free himself from the toils. He lost again, and more money had to be found. Once he had succumbed to the temptation, he yielded more readily, and so he went on, embezzling more money, until such a time as the sudden turn of fortune's wheel would enable him to replace the money and again become an honest man. Luck did not change, and perforce he continued his evil courses. From 1898 to 1901 is a long period, and it may be asked how it came about that, with the constant checking and audit that goes on in a bank, his misdeeds, trifling only in comparison with what followed, remained unobserved. As might have been expected, the bank had an elaborate system whereby it was thought that mistakes and defalcations could be readily detected. Not only was there a weekly system of checking, in addition to the ordinary supervision, but also frequent audits. Yet Caldi had defeated the system by a very simple method. As ledger clerk, he was responsible for posting into the ledgers the accounts of customers whose surnames began with the letter H to K. One of the customers, Mr. Hudson of Hudson's Soap, had an important account, through which large sums of money were continually passing. At that time, when a cheque was paid, an entry was made in a journal, and the journal and the cheque were taken to the ledger clerk concerned, who marked the journal, took the cheque, which went on to other officials, and made the necessary entries in the ledger. Cheques, of course, are usually issued in books with serial numbers, and Caldi had no access to the customers' cheque-books. He opened an account at the bank, and thus got the right to obtain cheques without arousing any suspicion. He bought cheque forms at the counter like any other customer. He filled up a cheque, forged Mr. Hudson's name, and the cheque was duly presented and paid. To deceive a bank cashier implies that he had great skill as a forger. Of course, if that cheque went through the ordinary routine, the fraud would not remain undiscovered for a single day. It was duly entered into the journal, and with that book it in due course came into Caldi's hands. Then he destroyed the cheque, and marked the journal as if the ledger had been duly posted, but carefully omitted to make any entry into the ledger where Mr. Hudson's account always showed that customer's actual drawings and payments in. Obviously, if anyone checked the ledger with the journal, the discrepancy thus created would come to light. There were 3 ways in which this might happen. First, an occasion might, by chance, arise, which would lead to a casual checking of the items. Caldi never devised any way of avoiding this flaw in his scheme. The other 2 ways were inevitable. There was a weekly sheet and the recurrent audit. These he did effectually guard against by a system of false entries, which it is perhaps as well not to explain in detail. He could do this more easily, for the reason that it was part of his duty to assist the auditors, an arrangement which should not have been made. It may be well to add that the system then in force was changed by the bank. So far, Gowdy's offence resembled that of most dishonest employees. He had taken the bank's money and had guarded himself from discovery in the usual investigation, though, like all others, he remained at the mercy of chance. Even giving him due credit for his misguided skill and ingenuity, it is nevertheless remarkable that he continued so long without being found out. However, some members of the bookmaking fraternity became aware of his identity. As bank clerks are not allowed to bet, he was peculiarly liable to blackmail, and two men named Kelly and Styles took advantage of this to involve him deeper and deeper, but with this difference, that he had to commit the frauds for their benefit, not his own. He was compelled to make larger and larger bets, which he was never allowed to win, and his defalcations grew rapidly larger. These two men were making too good of a thing for the matter to escape the attention of others of a like occupation. They were growing wealthy and scattering money about, though the source of their means was not obvious. How did they get it? There seems to have been a system of intelligence whereby men of bad character engaged in betting on horse races got to know of one another's doings, and another set of men named Burge, Manses and Marks set to work to find the hidden source of wealth. They soon discovered, and thus became aware of the possibilities of enormous gain to be obtained by terrorizing Gowdy. In October 1901, the second gang got to work. They came upon the scene on the 18th of that month, and so skilful and greedy were they that within 3 weeks £91,000 was extracted from the coffers of the bank. Whether their gains would have been larger had they been less grasping may be a tempting speculation, but at all events the scale on which the defalcations were conducted was stupendous and could not be expected to last long without discovery. On 23rd of October 1901, a forged cheque was cashed for £5,000. On the 28th, another for £9,000. On the following day, there were two, one for £9,000 and one for £7,000. And on the 6th of November, there was a fifth cheque for £30,000, and on the 12th, the sixth and last, for £31,000. 9 days later, the discovery was made, and there was a hue and cry after Gowdy and those who had battened upon him. Manses and Marks disappeared, and were never charged. But Gowdy, Kelly, Styles and Burge were arrested and committed for trial, which was fixed for the 17th February 1902. The presiding judge was Mr. Justice Bigham, afterwards president of the divorce court, who is now living in retirement, a most distinguished lawyer, afterwards raised to the peerage as Viscount Mercy. 3 counsel appeared to prosecute for the bank. The late Mr., afterwards Sir Charles, Gill, K.C., led Mr. Charles Matthews and Mr. Graham Campbell, who were both well-known members of the criminal bar. Mr. Matthews was knighted when King Edward opened the new Central Criminal Court, and after a noteworthy career at the bar, became Director of Public Prosecutions, in which capacity he instructed me on many occasions when I was a law officer. He was made a baronet for his public services, and was a man of singular charm and versatility. Mr. Graham Campbell is now one of the magistrates at Bow Street. Kelly was defended by Mr. Rufus Isaacs, K.C., afterwards Lord Chief Justice, Viceroy of India, and now Marquess of Reading, and the late Mr. S. W. Lambert. Styles retained Mr., now Sir Edward, Marshall Hall, K.C., and Mr. Moyses. Burge, Mr. Avery, K.C., now Mr. Justice Avery, and Mr. Biron, who, as Sir Chartres Biron, is well known as the Chief Magistrate of London. I led Mr. Hemmerd for Gowdy. There were a large number of charges, for Gowdy's offences had been numerous. He was charged by himself with all of those which the prosecution had elected to rely upon. With Kelly and Styles he was jointly charged with the forgeries which concerned them, and they were charged with conspiring together. With Burge he was similarly indicted for the group of offences relating to them. He had no possible defence. The evidence against him was conclusive, and, moreover, he had made statements admitting his guilt. He therefore bowed to the inevitable, and pleaded guilty. Before he could learn his fate, he had a final ordeal. Mr. Gill had very properly decided to call him as a witness against the others. So soon as he had pleaded guilty and the others had pleaded not guilty, he was available to give evidence. Burge's case was taken first, and soon Caldi was called into the witness box. There he was subjected to a searching cross-examination by the acute and experienced Mr. Avery at the height of his powers. But notwithstanding all the counsel could do, Caldi stood the test. The jury accepted the evidence given by him and the other witnesses, and Mr. Burge was convicted. A curious feature of this case, of which Mr. Avery made the most, was that up to the time of Mr. Burge's arrest, Caldi had never even seen him. The men who applied the pressure were the two who were not forthcoming. The prosecution alleged that in this group of offences, whereby the bank had been defrauded of a total of £91,000, Burge had received £38,500, Mance's £36,750, and Mark's £15,000. This only leaves a balance of £750,000 for Caldi, who got no benefit, even from the money he was allowed to retain, as he lost it in the same way as he had lost so much before. Burge's trial had lasted for 3 days, and the counsel who represented Kelly and Styles had been watching it carefully. They were men of the greatest experience, and realised that if Caldi could survive cross-examination at the hands of Mr. Avery, there was no chance for their clients. Accordingly, when the remaining prisoners were put up for trial, they withdrew their pleas. They admitted their guilt, and nothing remained but to sentence them. It is the practice of English judges to allow the counsel for convicted prisoners an opportunity of addressing him in mitigation of punishment. This was the only way in which I could do anything for my client. The trial had begun on Tuesday, 17th of February 1902, and it was not until Saturday the 22nd that the final stages were reached. Speeches were made on behalf of all the four. I had been waiting all this time, during which the details of Caldi's crime had been discussed and rediscussed, without a chance of a word being put in for him. Naturally enough, after all that time, the quick-witted judge had formed his own judgment, and if it were unfavourable, there was little or no chance of bringing him round. In any event, whatever might be said, Caldi's offence was deliberate and long continued. Before ever the others had fastened upon him, he had betrayed his trust. There was no hope of a light sentence. Nevertheless, there was something to be said for him. But for the others, he would have been a criminal of a very ordinary type. It was as a tool in their hands, and for their benefit, that he had committed the series of crimes which had made the total loss so great. But for them, his crime would not have been so serious. Most of his offences were committed under their compulsion, in abject fear of exposure. With all the force at my command, I urged upon the judge the factors which told for leniency. It is not for me to comment upon my speech, but I may perhaps be permitted to recall a remark made by a member of the Old Bailey Bar, who had come to see the closing scenes of the trial, that, unless the bar did away with me, it was all up for them, for I would get their work. Mr. Justice Bigham was unmoved. He had made up his mind to make an example of the prisoners. He sentenced Caldi to 10 years penal servitude, and the others to long periods of penal servitude. Caldi died in jail. The others have long since served their time, and one may hope that they have retrieved their position and characters. For this reason, as they have expiated their offences, I have omitted to give the details of their careers, which might identify them. The judge was careful to point out that no blame attached to the bank, which was a heavy loser, for it had to make good all the money that could not be recovered from the prisoners. The fate of Caldi was hard, yet it must be remembered that before he fell into the clutches of the others, he had shown himself to be an able and deliberate criminal, and, but for his own previous misconduct, would never have been subjected to the terror and degradation into which they forced him. End of The Frauds on the Bank of Liverpool, by Frederick Edwin Smith, 1st Earl of Birkenhead.
The Geographic Distribution of American Genius, by Dr. Scott Nearing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org, recorded by Leon Harvey. Popular Science Monthly, Volume 85, August 1914. The Geographical Distribution of American Genius by Dr. Scott Nearing, University of Pennsylvania. The last few years have witnessed a friendly controversy between the champions of nature and the champions of nurture over the forces that are responsible for greatness. The nature advocates have insisted upon the importance of heredity in shaping men's lives. The nurture advocates have laid equal emphasis upon environment. Each of these groups has relied upon New England as one proof of the contention. Both parties to the controversy are willing to admit that New England has produced a considerable proportion of the great men of America. Those scientists who throw emphasis on the importance of heredity hold that New England, having made a contribution to the number of distinguished men in the United States wholly out of proportion to its population, stands as a substantial proof of the importance of race qualities. Those scientists who adhere to the opposing view maintain with equal positiveness that the supremacy of New England has long been exaggerated. There was no time, these men insist, at which New England had an immense lead in the production of greatness over the other sections of the country, if its percentage of population at that time was taken into consideration. Furthermore, so the argument continues, the supremacy of New England in the production of distinguished men is being rapidly taken over by the Middle West. It is that section that the leaders of the next generation are being born. The contention is, in its nature, both interesting and endless, unless some facts can be obtained which will throw some light upon the questions at issue. These, I take it, are three. 1. Was there ever a time when the number of distinguished men born in New England was greater in proportion to its population than the proportion for other sections of the United States? 2. Has there been any change in the proportion of distinguished persons contributed by New England? 3. What contributions of distinguished persons are now being made by the various sections of the United States? These questions cannot be answered with certainty. The available facts make unimpeachable conclusions. Impossible, nevertheless, approximations may be made which should throw some light on the questions. The volume entitled Who's Who in America for 1912-13 contains 18,794 names. This list purports to include the distinguished men from every walk of life in the United States. The compilation is necessarily incomplete. There are, of course, omissions. While the mere classification of a name in Who's Who in America is no guarantee of distinction. On the whole, however, it may be justly said that the proportion of distinguished men whose names are inserted in Who's Who in America is about the same for the various professions. Furthermore, there is no reason to suppose that the proportion secured from different sections of the country would show any material variations. All things considered, these 18,794 names seem to offer the most available basis for a study that would answer the questions regarding the supremacy of New England in its production of distinguished persons. A study of the data in Who's Who was made in the following manner. A schedule was arranged to show first profession, second the decade of birth, and third the place of birth of the consecutive names, beginning with the first page of the volume. In order to make the information as usable as possible, the returns for each state were separately tabulated, as were the returns for those cities which reported a population of more than 20,000 in 1850. These items of information were secured for the first 10,000 native-born persons. The generalization from the first 10,000 names can safely be applied to the remainder of the volume. The first point of interest arises in connection with the number and percent of distinguished persons from each section of the United States and the percent of the total population of the United States in the respective sections. These figures, Table 1, show at a glance the proportion of distinguished persons born in the various localities. These returns, on their face, accord to New England a lead in the total number of distinguished persons produced that is little short of phenomenal. With less than a 14th of the population, New England has been the birthplace of almost a quarter of the total number of distinguished persons whose names appear in Who's Who. The Middle Atlantic states, with a fifth of the population, report somewhat less than a third of the distinguished men. The East North Central states report almost equal proportions of distinguished persons and of population, while the other sections show a proportion of population considerably above the proportion of distinguished persons born. There are therefore three sections of the United States: New England, the Middle Atlantic states, and the East North Central states, in which a comparatively large number of distinguished persons were born. These three groups of states lie in a contiguous territory in the northeastern section of the United States. Of the three groups, New England, in proportion to its population, has by far the largest proportion of distinguished persons. Table 1 is displayed on the page. Number and percent of eminent persons born in the various geographical divisions of the United States, with the percent of the total population of the United States in each division in 1910. The figures in Table 1 are manifestly incomplete. Changes in population have been rapid during the past few decades. The tide of westward movement has materially altered the population centre. No final conclusion regarding the position of New England as a contributor of distinguished persons can be reached unless the gross result is corroborated by the facts showing the time at which the distinguished persons were born and the proportion of the population in the various sections of the country at that time. Table 2 is displayed on the page. Number and percent of eminent persons who were born at certain times. A surprisingly large number of the eminent persons whose names appear in the Who's Who in America were born before 1850. Table 2 gives the time of birth by decades. The eminent persons who were alive in 1912-13 are for the most part well along in life. Only 1 in 100 was born since 1880. Only 14 in 100 were born since 1870. Men born before 1870 were at least 42 years old in 1912. Insofar as time records are concerned, this study must deal with the period prior to 1870, since a great body of eminent persons was born before that date. More than a quarter of the total eminent persons were born before 1850, making them at least 62 years old. More than 4/5 of the entire number were born before 1870, that is, they are at least 44 years of age. Insofar as time is a factor, interest centres in the periods before 1850, 1850 to 1859, and 1860 to 1869. The total returns give New England a material lead in the production of eminent persons. Is that lead maintained when the totals are broken up into time periods? The relation between the decade of birth, the place of birth, and the proportion of population in each section at the time of birth appears in Table 3. The proportion of eminent persons born before 1850 is compared with the population in 1850. The proportion born between 1850 and 1859 is compared with the population of 1860. The population figures in each case refer not to the time of birth. Such a comparison is manifestly impossible. The total born in each decade is compared with the population at the end of that decade. This method should mitigate slightly in favour of New England, whose population each decade constitutes a slightly smaller proportion of the total population of the United States. Table 3 is displayed on the page. A perusal of Table 3 reveals several very evident situations. The first group of states, New England, the Middle Atlantic states, and the East North Central states, are plainly in a class by themselves. Among these states, in every instance except one, the East North Central states, 1850, the proportion of eminent persons both in these groups of states is higher than the proportion of the total population found in those states at the same time. Among the other groups of states, in every case except two, Pacific states, 1870 and 1880, the proportion of eminent persons born is lower than the proportion of the total population found in the states. It therefore appears that of the eminent persons born up to 1890, the vast proportion were in that northeastern section of the United States, bounded by the Mason and Dixon line on the south and the line of the Mississippi-Missouri River on the west. Among these northeastern groups of states, New England holds a unique position. Throughout the entire period, she appears as the birthplace of a far larger proportion of eminent persons, in proportion to her population, than either of the other groups. During the early years, her lead was little short of remarkable. Of the distinguished persons born before 1850, she produced almost 1/3, while her population in 1850 was but 1/9 of the total population of the United States. The Middle Atlantic states, with 1/4 of the population, produced only a little more than 1/4 of the eminent persons. The same relation between the two sections holds true of the decade from 1850 to 1859. In this period, New England has 1/10 of the population and 1/4 of the distinguished persons, while the Middle Atlantic states have 1/4 of the population and about 1/3 of the distinguished persons. Even as late as 1880, the ratio between the proportion of eminent men and of population is higher in New England than in any other section except the Middle Atlantic states. At the same time, the East North Central States, with the single exception of the years before 1850, report a proportion of distinguished persons born only a little higher than their proportion of the population. During the first three periods, the relative proportion of eminent persons born and of population are very similar in the Middle Atlantic and the East North Central States, but at the same time very remarkably below the standards set by New England. The considerable lead of New England and the remarkable lead of the Middle Atlantic States and the East North Central States over the other sections of their country may be tested in various ways. Instead of comparing the proportion of eminent persons in the various sections with the total population, a comparison may be made with the native white population. This seems particularly fitting in view of the large Negro population in the South, which has contributed so little to the number of eminent persons in the country. Such a comparison is likewise desirable in those states of the North where there is a large proportion of foreign-born persons. A comparison appears in Table 4, where the number of eminent persons per 100,000 of total population and of native white population is given. Table 4 is displayed on the page, the geographical areas in which unusually high proportion of distinguished persons were born. The facts appearing in Table 4 do not in any material way change the apparent status of New England with respect to the other sections of the United States. As regards both the number of eminent persons per 100,000 of total population and of native-born population, New England appears far in the lead among the other sections of the country. New England's lead is even more marked when the situation is studied in the individual states. The individual states appearing in Table 4 are those which showed a proportion of eminent persons higher than that for the United States at large. Without a single exception, these states are in the northeastern portion of the United States. The list contains every one of the New England states, a portion of the Middle Atlantic and the East North Central states, and no other state. Furthermore, each of the New England states, taken individually, shows a higher proportion of eminent persons than any other single state, or than any other group of states. The supremacy of New England lies not in any one state, or in any one locality. Vermont leads the list. Rhode Island brings up the rear, yet the proportion of eminent persons born in Rhode Island per 100,000 of total and of native white population is 30%, above New York, the state outside of New England, coming next in rank. There is another test to which the figures may be subjected. There may conceivably be some relation between the educational advantage offered in cities and the proportion of eminent men developed in any population. The champions of environment, as the modifying factor in life, insist that the influence of city life go far to outweigh hereditary qualities. Therefore, since the northeastern portion of the United States was the original center of educational activity, and since it now contains the largest proportion of city population, it might well be expected to produce the largest proportion of eminent persons. There were 27 cities which reported a population of more than 20,000 in 1850. A separate tabulation for these gives an excellent idea of the proportion of eminent persons born in city and rural districts. In passing, it is interesting to note that of these 27 cities, 4 were in New England, 10 were in the Middle Atlantic states, 4 were in the East North Central states. The other 6 geographical divisions of states have but 9 of the 27 cities. Table 5 is displayed on the page. Eminent persons who were born in the cities of the United States which had a population of 20,000 or over in 1850, with the percent of the total population of the United States living in those cities in 1850 and in 1880. During the entire period under consideration, these 27 cities contained from 1/12 to 1/8 of the population of the United States. The proportion of the total population of the United States living in these 27 cities was, in 1850, 8.7%, in 1860, 11.2%, in 1870, 12.8%, in 1880, 13.1%. These percentages afford a striking contrast to those in Table 5. The percentage of population living in these 27 cities was never more than 1/7 of the total population of the United States. During this time, they reported never less than 1/5 of the eminent persons born. Whatever the cause of this preponderance of eminent persons who come from a city environment, the facts are certainly remarkable. The cities appear to be far in the lead as producers of eminence. There is no absolute correspondence between the proportion of urban population and the proportion of eminent persons born. An analysis of the percent of population which is urban shows that while New England is far in the lead of the other sections of the country, there are a number of states which report a large proportion of eminent persons born and a comparatively small proportion of urban population. The reverse condition is also true. Rhode Island, with the lowest proportion of eminent persons reported by any New England state, has the highest percentage of urban population, 93.7%, of any state in the Union. New Hampshire, with the highest proportion of any New England state, has only 38.9% of the population urban. New Jersey, with a percentage of 53.7% urban, reports the lowest proportion of eminent persons of any state in the Middle Atlantic group. Any tendency to attribute the supremacy of New England in the proportion of distinguished persons which it has contributed to the presence of large urban populations is offset by an examination of the figures for the cities themselves. The New England states are in the lead of the other states, but the New England cities are not in the lead of cities from other sections of the country. Indeed, an examination of Table 6, which contains a statement of the total eminent persons per 100,000 of the population in 1870 for the various cities, as well as the total born in each of the specified decades, shows very clearly that the cities in other sections of the country are decidedly in the lead. Boston and Providence alone, among the New England cities, have a proportion of eminent persons higher than that for the United States at large. Whatever the cause of New England's position as the undisputed mother of American greatness, it apparently is not due to the presence of a large percentage of urban population. The facts showing urban and rural population point in no conclusive direction. A table is displayed on the page. 3% of population, 180, which is urban in those sections, and states having the highest percentage of eminent persons. Table 6 is displayed on the page, ratio between the number of eminent persons born in certain cities and the population of those cities. To guard against the objection that the supremacy of New England was due to the inclusion of an undue number of preachers and school teachers in the Who's Who figures, an analysis was prepared of the statistics by professions. The 10,000 persons are divided rather evenly over the different professions, with the two exceptions of educators and lawyers. Table 7 contains the figures for the professions at large. Table 7 is displayed on the page, number and percent of eminent persons who are in certain professions. The returns do not show on their face any justification for the belief that the various professions have been so picked as to militate in favour of New England. Indeed, it is apparently that all the leading professions are well represented. Therefore, if New England makes a fair showing in a goodly number of the professions, the conclusion may be justifiably drawn that New England stands out in specific instances, as well as in general, as producer of eminent persons. The figures in Table 8 contain a statement of the proportion of persons in the different professions for each of the geographical divisions of the United States. Table 8 is displayed on the page. Percent of eminent persons in the 5 professions having the largest number of names in Who's Who, classified by place of birth, for those sections having the highest number of eminent persons. The supremacy of the northeastern section of the United States is again amply demonstrated. Throughout the period under consideration, this section of the country has contained less than 3/5 of the total population. There is an almost equal percentage of educators in the 3 sections. The Middle Atlantic states lead notably in the percentage of lawyers and businessmen, while among public office holders, authors, and all other eminent men, the 3 sections are on comparatively equal terms. The time has now come when the 3 questions propounded at the outset of this paper may be answered with some colour of authority. The answers are not final, but they are significant in so far as Who's Who is authoritative. The answer to question 1 is clear and unequivocal. Was there ever a time when the number of distinguished men born in New England was greater in proportion to its population than the production for the other sections of the United States? In the past, New England has towered head and shoulders above the other sections of the United States in a production of eminent persons. 2 other sections, the Middle Atlantic and the East North Central states, alone approach her record, and they lag far behind her pace. The second question is not so susceptible of positive answer. Has there been any change in the proportion of distinguished persons contributed by New England? Such a change has undoubtedly taken place. Until 1880, New England took first rank. Up to that time, her supremacy cannot even be disputed. With that decade, New England drops behind the Middle Atlantic states. Whatever the cause of the change is itself forcing the New Englanders' lead very hard. The third question. What contribution of distinguished persons is now being made by the various sections of the United States? May not be answered in any dogmatic way. New England is evidently contributing a less high proportion of distinguished persons. The Middle Atlantic states, the East North Central states, and the Pacific states are striding rapidly to the front. Thus far, the decade of 1880 to 1889, the Middle Atlantic states lead, with New England second, and the East North Central states third. All the facts at hand point to New England as the one-time birthplace of the largest proportion of distinguished persons. The centre is shifting, however, into New York, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. That New England once held the palm is a statement that must go without challenge. That she can or will continue to hold it seems doubtful. Meanwhile, of the persons whose names found their way into Who's Who in America, an overwhelming proportion seem to have been born in that section of the northeastern United States bounded by the Mason and Dixon line on the south, and the Mississippi-Missouri River on the west. End of the Geographical Distribution of American Genius by Dr. Scott Nearing, recorded by Leon Harvey.
The Hidden Years at Nazareth by the Reverend G. Campbell Morgan. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thou art my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. Mark chapter 1, verse 11. Is not this the carpenter? Mark chapter 6, verse 3. The soul's first vision of Jesus is of him as the Savior. When we so know him, he becomes to us the exemplar, leaving an example that we should follow in his steps. He is more than an example in any ordinary acceptation of that term, for he not only reveals to us the pattern of our lives, but he also brings the power by which we may grow up into him in all things, and so reproduce in actual living the perfect and wondrous pattern that he shows. But we must clearly understand that we never get back into the life of Jesus save by way of his death. His death is evermore the gate of life to man, not only a gate to the eternal life that stretches beyond this place and time of conflict, but the gate into the eternal life which we live today, if we are living in direct and positive communion with himself. Having known him as the Savior, and having found our way into the realm of life at the cross, then he becomes our example, and all that he is in the revelation of the fourfold gospel marks his intention for his people. Now, beloved, let us seek to learn the purpose of Christ for us in one particular department of life. It is not given to every man or woman to serve God in public places. The great majority must live their lives outside any prominent sphere, and as a part of a very small circle of relatives and acquaintances. Men will not hear even the names of the great mass of people who are living their life throughout the world today. I want to know what there is in the life of Jesus that helps such persons. We are accustomed to think of him as one in a public ministry, as the man of the marketplace and the crowd, the teacher who spake as never man spake, the healer whose touch brought life and blessing to hundreds, the man who rebuked sin in high places and spoke words of infinitely sweet pity and kindness to the child and the young disciple. But the greater part of his life was not lived in those places where we have grown most familiar with him, but in quiet seclusion, where the great crowd of men and women will always live in this world. Yet how little we know concerning that period. How meager is the biblical information. I do not say it is not enough. I believe it is enough. But in the mere matter of words, how small it is. I have the story of his birth, and then I lose sight of him for 12 years. Then I see him again, going out to his Jewish confirmation, becoming the son of the law in that Jewish congregation, asking questions of the doctors and answering theirs. And it is a wonderful glimpse, a glittering flash. And then I lose him again for 18 long years, at the end of which time he comes to be baptized of John in Jordan, and begins his public ministry, and I see a few rapid pictures of miracles and tears and love and sympathy, and he is gone. If you will write, in the manner in which the lives of men of today are written, the story of the daily life of Jesus, how diminutive and meager it is. What of those 18 years? Where was he? What was he doing? As one whom he has ordained to preach his gospel in the public ministry, I am intensely interested in the way he spoke to men and acted among men in his public years. But the majority will feel that they would be better served by a revelation of how he acted amid the commonplace surroundings of everyday life. Let us, then, try and see him in those 18 hidden years. The 2 verses that I have read are the only 2 that give us any definite or detailed account of what Jesus was doing from the time he was 12 until he was about 30. Take the 2 statements and fix them on your minds for a moment. Thou art my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. Is not this the carpenter? These 2 passages supply the story of 18 years. Jesus was a carpenter pleasing God. But is it fair to put them together like that? I think you will see that it is. Upon what occasion did that divine voice speak? On the occasion of the baptism. Jesus had left behind all the doings of those long and weary years, and he was just at the dividing line between private and public life. He was leaving behind him the unknown years and coming out into the fierce light that beats ever upon a public teacher. And there, at the parting of the ways, God lit up all the years that had gone with the sweet words of approval, Thou art my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. It could not have been a pronouncement upon the temptation of the wilderness. That was as yet an untried pathway. It could not have been a declaration of the divine pleasure with Gethsemane's garden and Calvary's cross. They were still to be reached. No, it must have been a reference to the past, so that whatever else I know or do not know about the hidden years of the life of Jesus, this one thing is certain, that through all them he pleased God. For God put his seal upon them when they were closing behind him and the new years were opening before him, saying, I am well pleased. You remember how, after that pronouncement, he went into the wilderness and was tempted, and after that temptation he went to Galilee in the power of the Spirit, and began his public ministry. And you find him going at the early part thereof down to Nazareth, the place where he had been brought up. It was a small town, a kind of hamlet on the hillside of perhaps 3,000 inhabitants. This young man comes back to his boyhood's home, and everyone knows him. He goes to the synagogue, as was his custom on the Sabbath day, and reads out of the book, and then he talks to the assembled people, and they look at him and listen, wonder at the while being depicted on their faces. Cannot you see the picture? That little synagogue, the old Jewish people, the keen faces looking at the speaker and then turning to each other saying, Whence hath this man these things? We know him perfectly well. He is the carpenter. Yes, they know him. They have watched him toiling day after day, month after month, in the workshop, bending over the bench with the tools of his craft in his hand. They cannot account for him as a teacher because they did not account for him as a toiler. Mark, then, what these people said about him. Other men made the blunder of saying he was the son of the carpenter, but these men, by a sudden flash, light up for us the 18 years by saying, Is not this the carpenter? I have now 2 facts concerning this period. I have the testimony of the men who knew him best, and the testimony of God, who knew him better than they did. Let us first take the human declaration, Is not this the carpenter? And hold it in the light of the divine, in whom I am well pleased. And then let us take the divine revelation, Thou art my beloved Son, and hold it in light of the human, Is not this the carpenter? I do not want to hide the majesty of this sweet word, the carpenter, by any multiplication of words of mine. If any of you paint pictures, have you not sometimes been annoyed at the way which men have framed them? You invite your friends' attention to a work of art, and they exclaim, What a lovely frame, and do not seem to see the picture. We sometimes frame the picture of God's words in like manner. Let us express ourselves so that the picture is seen and not the frame. Is not this the carpenter? For the greater part, then, of the life of Jesus he worked with his own hands for his own living. That brings the Son of God, in living, pulsating life, close to every man who works. There's a beautiful tradition that Joseph, his reputed father, died while Jesus was yet a child, and so he worked not merely to earn his own living, but to keep the little home together in Nazareth, and Mary and the younger members of the family depended upon his toil. That is a beautiful tradition. It may be true, but I do not press it. But I do press this upon you above everything else, that he worked for his living. Oh, that we could get all the strength and comfort which this fact is calculated to afford. Businessmen, you who have been at work all the week and have been harassed by daily labors and are weary and tired and seeking for new inspiration, this Jesus, whose name has become a name of sweetness and love, was not a king upon a throne. He was not for the greater part of his life a teacher with the thrill and excitement of public life to buoy him up. No, the long years ran on, and he was doing what some of you speak of as the daily round, the common task. The man Jesus rose at daybreak, and picking up his tools, made yokes and tables in order that he might have something to eat, and that not for a brief period, but for 18 years. He was an apprentice boy, a young man improving his craft, a master in his little shop with the shavings round him and the tools about him. That is the human picture. But the human picture becomes supremely precious to me as the light of the divine falls upon it. The 18 years are over, the tools are laid aside, his feet will no longer make music as he walks among the rustling shavings. God says, I am pleased. It may have meant that God was pleased with Jesus because in those years he lived in the realm of the spiritual rather than the material. I believe it did mean that, but I'm not going to dwell upon it. It may have meant that he was careful to think of and pray for and teach the younger members of his household, or that he was regular in his attendance upon the services of the synagogue. I think it did mean that, because I read, he went to the synagogue as was his custom on the Sabbath day. But I want to know what God meant about the shop, and I'm going to suggest to you 2 things. In the first place, and you will forgive this way of putting it, because I want the truth of it to abide upon your hearts, and if the phrasing be not elegant, I want it to be forceful. It meant that Jesus had never done in that carpenter's shop a piece of work such as we speak of in the closing years of the 19th century as being shoddy work. I am pleased. God could not have been pleased with carpentry that was scamped any more than with blasphemous praise. I am pleased, and every bit of work has on it the light of divine truth. When Jesus sent out from that carpenter's shop yokes that the farmers would use, they were so fashioned and furnished that they would gall no ox. Take my yoke upon you gathers force and strength as an illustration from the fidelity of the carpenter's shop. When Jesus said, take my yoke, it was because he knew that it would not gall. It would be finished and perfect. Sometimes we have overshadowed the carpenter's shop with Calvary's cross. We have no right to do it. We have come to forget the fidelity of the Son of God in the little details of life as we have gazed upon his magnificent triumphs in the places of passion and conflict. In the second place, the divine approval meant that the influence of the life had been pure and bright and good. You all know the effect of influence. What sort of influence has he exerted? Pure and strong. I have sat sometimes in meditative mood and thought of my beloved Lord, and tried to carry myself back with all the interests that are nearest to my heart into that land and that time when he was on earth, and I have thought, if I could just have taken my boy and apprenticed him to that carpenter, what a blessed thing it would have been. I don't think Jesus would have given him the 119th Psalm to learn before he came to work in the morning, or have been talking to him forevermore about heaven and getting ready for it, and hell and shunning it. But he would have lived a bright, strong, glad life before him, for no life ever touched the life of the Son of God, but was the brighter and purer and stronger for the contact. And so, when the years of the carpenter's shop are over, God sets his seal of approval upon them, first because the work has been well done, and secondly, because the influence of the life has been true and right and noble. Who is this coming up out of the waters of baptism, upon whom the dove hovers and settles, and concerning whom heaven's voice is heard to speak? God marks him out here from all his fellow men. Thou art my beloved Son. Not, thou art a son, a child of mine, but my Son. And to the Hebrew mind, that links him with all the prophecies of the past. He is the anointed of God. He is the one personage who is charged with the great mission of restoring the kingdom of God. God marks him in that great word as his appointed Messiah, as Shiloh, as the daysman from on high, as the dayspring. All the wondrous words of past prophecy are settled upon him, and God marks him as the anointed one for the carrying out of the great scheme of redemption for the human race. And now he is standing on the banks of the Jordan, and we look upon him for the first time with amazement and astonishment, and wonder, if this be the beloved Son of God, what has he been doing? Where has he been in the years preceding this public manifestation? Come back again to the question, is not this the carpenter? And the wonder is presented in a new vision, from a new standpoint, from another side. The Son of God, charged with the greatest commission that any being in heaven or earth has ever had to bear, was for 18 years at work in a carpenter's shop. Now, we hardly see the wonder of this thing until we look more closely at it. I may be speaking to some young men upon whose heart is lying the burden of India, the need of China. He is travailing in spirit, even in this favored land, for the dark masses of Africa. He is touched with the sacrificial passion of the Son of God to go and save somebody, and yet God has shut him up here at home. He has to live and care for a sick one. He can't go. The fire is there, but the door is not open. The passion for men consumes him, but God shuts him out from service. Now, it is only those who know something of what that experience is who can understand the strange marvel of the Son of God, commissioned to do the work that precedes your passion, the infinitely greater work, holding in its grasp and love all the enterprises for the uplifting of man, and yet with that passion upon him, with the cross ever before him and his ultimate triumph in front, every morning he goes to the carpenter's shop. Every day he does work. Every night he goes home to rest. I tell you, it is a mystery of mysteries to us restless spirits. What does it mean? How is it that he, the beloved of God, the anointed of God, can be, there's no irreverence in saying it, content? Now, the answer is here. Jesus lived in the power of the truth, which we are so slow to learn, that there is something infinitely better than doing a great thing for God, and the infinitely better thing is to be where God wants us to be, to do what God wants us to do, and to have no will apart from His, to be able to say, I worship Thee, sweet will of God, and all Thy ways adore, and every day I live I seem to love Thee more and more. Jesus understood that. The carpenter's shop was the will of God for him, and therefore he abode in that shop and did the work incidental to it. Now, pray, do not misunderstand me. From the illustration I used a moment ago, you may come to think that I intend to say Jesus did it as a duty while he longed for the cross. Nothing of the kind. I delight to do thy will, O my God. Go and ask him, talk with him reverently across the distance of 1900 years. O Nazarene, where wouldst thou rather be today, here among this work or among the crowd, healing and teaching and preaching to them? And the answer would be, God's will for me is in the carpenter's shop, and therefore that is the place of my joy. But I'm going to ask you to press this question a little further. Was this a capricious matter, this will of God for Jesus? Does it not look hard and arbitrary that God should have put that saintly soul to such common labor? Why not have let him face the conflict and get the victory and hie him back to heaven? There was a deep necessity in the whole arrangement. Let me put it superlatively and say, Calvary's cross would have been nothing but the tragic ending of a mistaken life if it had not been for the carpenter shop. In that carpenter shop he fought many battles. My hardest fight is never fought when there is a crowd to applaud or oppose, but when I am alone. Now, that is what Jesus was doing for 18 years. There was no crowd to sing Hosanna, no other crowd to cry, Crucify him. But alone he did his work and faced all the subtle forms of temptation that beset humankind, and one by one he put his conquering foot upon the neck of them, until the last was baffled and beaten, and his enemies were palsied by the strong stroke of his pure right arm. That is what he was doing. There was necessity for it, and because of Nazareth's shop, there came Gethsemane's garden and Calvary's cross, and so, abiding in the will of God, by victory upon victory, he won his final triumph, and so opened the kingdom of heaven to all believers. Now, beloved, from this study, what are we to learn? I can only write off for you very briefly 1 or 2 lessons, and the first is a relative lesson. I never come back to the story of the early years of Christ and read what these men of Nazareth said about him without learning how dangerous a thing it is to pronounce my little sentence upon any single human life. O men of Nazareth, down in that carpenter's shop that you pass and repass, where you sometimes pause and look in and see him at work, there is the one who spoke and it was done, who put his compass upon the deep, who fashioned all things by the word of his power, and you have never seen him and never known him, and your estimate of him is that he is one of you, only a carpenter. Job's judges and Christ's critics are on a level, and they are on a level with every one of us who tries to pass his sentences upon his fellow men. If people ask you for your explanation of the mysterious circumstances of a brother man, tell them it is a mystery of God. For the moment you suggest that there is something wrong somewhere, you may be getting into the region of blasphemy. Perhaps that man has been broken on the wheel by the potter for a remaking. If the potter break it upon the wheel, he shall remake it. And God's fairest, highest place of service in the land that lies beyond will be filled by the men and women who have been broken upon the wheel of earth. Do not let us forget that. And if we cannot understand what God is doing with that woman whose heart is crushed and broken with overwhelming sorrow, let us be reverently silent, lest we help the men who drive the nails and break the Lord's own heart. But I gather not only this relative lesson, there are personal lessons. The first is this: the phrase common task should be struck out of every life. Jesus taught us that all toil is holy if the toiler be holy. Not for the sake of controversy, but as a protest against the misconception of human life, I tell you that no man has any right, simply because he preaches or performs certain functions, to speak of himself as a man in holy orders. The man who goes out to work tomorrow morning with his bag on his back and his tools in it, if he be a holy man, has claims to that distinction. And if that man go down into the carpenter shop and saw a piece of timber, the saw is a vessel of the sanctuary of God, if the man is a priest who uses it. All service is sacred service. I want you to carry this thought of the working Christ into all the days of the coming week, behind the counter and in the office, and, beloved sisters, if I may say so, in the home. Remember that George Herbert had caught the very spirit of this lovely thought when he sang of the possibility of sweeping a room and making that and the action fine. Oh, if we could but get the Christian church, to say nothing of the world outside, free from the stupid and false ideas that this kind of work is honorable and that is not. What a long way we should be on the road to the millennium. If every businessman wrote his letters as though Jesus would have to look them over, what lovely letters we should have. I do not know that they would have tracts in them, that's not my point, but they would be true, robust, honest letters. Oh, you businessmen, won't you do your business for Christ, realizing that the work you do may be as sacred as my work? Sisters, Won't you take the home and make it a holy place for the shining of the Shekinah? If Christ lived the larger part of his life working, then our work is smitten through and lit with a new beauty, and we write over it, part of God's work for uplifting man. I learned this lesson also, that no man is fit for the great places of service who has not fitted himself by fidelity in obscurity. You want, you tell me, to preach the gospel in China. Are you living it at home? God does not want men or women to preach his gospel anywhere who have not made it shine in their own homes. I do not ask, can you do the great work that hangs upon your hearts, but are you doing the present work faithfully? Are you an endeavorer? Do you belong to the missionary society, that branch or this branch of the church? And are you so anxious to get to the meetings that you rob your master of even 5 minutes of his time? Christ doesn't count the service, but the 5 minutes you have stolen. What we want is to feel that if we are to do a big thing in the public service, we must be through and through true in the small things of life. The carpenter shop made Calvary not a battlefield merely, but a day of triumph that lit heaven and earth with hope. And if you and I would triumph when our Calvary comes, we must triumph in the little things of the common hours. End of The Hidden Years at Nazareth by G. Campbell Morgan. Read by MaryAnn.
The Hippocratic Oath by Mary Cadwallader Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. For some years past, a modified version of the Hippocratic Oath has been administered by me in my capacity as chairman of the advisory board of the New York City Training School for Nurses to the graduating class at their annual commencement, and a sketch of the history of the oath itself may be interesting. Dr. John G. Curtis, professor of physiology at Columbia University, published such a sketch in 1902, together with a translation of the oath, and I gladly avail myself of permission to quote his words, as I certainly could not improve on them. Quote, "The ancient Greek writings, commonly called the works of Hippocrates of Cos, were judged even by ancient Greek critics to be really by various authors. The truth of this conclusion is plain to modern scholars. These writings have probably existed as in some sort a collection since the early days of the Alexandrian library, near the beginning of the 3rd century B.C., and the composition of the several writings may safely be referred to the 5th or 4th century. Which of them are truly works of the famous physician whose name they bear is quite uncertain, as no direct contemporary testimony exists. Modern critics can only sift internal evidence and compare the views of earlier critics, ancient perhaps, but often naive or biased. Many writings in the collection, however, are plainly as old as Hippocrates, if not older. He was born in 460 before Christ, died probably in 377 BC, and was a worthy of the great period often styled that of Pericles. There is no proof, however, that Hippocrates was ever at Athens, though he was known there, and scarcely anything is known of his life with certainty. One of the most famous writings of the Hippocratic collection is that entitled The Oath. It is probably at least as ancient as Hippocrates, but that he composed it can neither be affirmed nor denied. Traces of its widespread influence occur in history, and by means of it modern physicians still hand down the traditions of their calling to those about to receive a medical degree. The ancient words do not accord with the changes wrought by 22 centuries in men, beliefs, and manners, but no modern words can be nobler, and the ancient thoughts are vital to the modern oath. The following is a translation of the Greek original into English. I swear by Apollo the physician, and Aesculapius, and Hygeia, and Panacea, and all the gods and all the goddesses, and I make them my judges, that this mine oath and this my written engagement I will fulfill so far as power and discernment shall be mine. Him who taught me this art I will esteem even as I do my parents. He shall partake of my livelihood, and if in want shall share my goods. I will regard his issue as my brother's, and will teach them this art without fee or written engagement if they shall wish to learn it. I will give instruction by precept, by discourse, and in all other ways to my own sons, to those of him who taught me, to disciples bound by written engagement and sworn according to medical law, and to no other person. So far as power and discernment shall be mine, I will carry out regimen for the benefit of the sick, and I will keep them from harm and wrong. To none I will give a deadly drug, even if solicited, nor offer counsel to such an end. Likewise, to no woman will I give a destructive suppository, but guiltless and hallowed will I keep my life and mine art. I will cut no one whatever for the stone, but will give way to those who work at this practice. Into whatsoever houses I shall enter, I will go for the benefit of the sick, holding aloof from all voluntary wrong and corruption, including venereal acts upon the bodies of females and males, whether free or slaves. Whatsoever in my practice or not in my practice I shall see or hear amid the lives of men which ought not to be noised abroad, as to this I will keep silence, holding such things unfitting to be spoken. And now, if I shall fulfill this oath and break it not, may all the fruits of life and of art be mine. May I be honored of all men for all time. The opposite, if I shall transgress and be forsworn. Dr. Curtis, in his comments, said, Hygeia and Panacea were daughters of Aesculapius. The abjuration of lithotomy in the oath contains the only mention thereof made in the Hippocratic collection. The ancient practitioners of medicine freely practiced operative surgery, and no certain cause can be assigned for their refusal to cut for the stone. It has been shrewdly guessed, however, that the cause lay simply in the formidable dangers of a rude and uncertain procedure. It is interesting to notice the clause limiting instruction in the science of medicine to the sons of the physician and of his teacher, and to disciples bound to him according to medical law. This shows how ancient is the idea of the close corporation which, spreading out into every field of learning and art, produced the various powerful guilds of the Middle Ages. The Medical School of Columbia University held its first graduating ceremony in 1812. The oath was given on that occasion, and to the best of Dr. Curtis's knowledge, has always been given since. It is also given in some American medical schools, but not in others, and, from what I can gather, does not seem to be frequently administered in Europe. At the annual commencement of Columbia University, the following version made by Dr. Curtis is used for the graduating class of the College of Physicians and Surgeons. You do solemnly swear, each man by whatever he holds most sacred, that you will be loyal to the profession of medicine and just and generous to its members, that you will lead your lives and practice your art in uprightness and honor, that into whatsoever house you shall enter, it shall be for the good of the sick to the utmost of your power, you holding yourselves far aloof from wrong, from corruption, from the tempting of others to vice, that you will exercise your art solely for the cure of your patients, and will give no drug, perform no operation for a criminal purpose, even if solicited, far less suggested, that whatsoever you shall see or hear of the lives of men which is not fitting to be spoken, you will keep inviolably secret. These things do you swear? Let each man bow the head in sign of acquiescence. And now, if you shall be true to this, your oath, may prosperity and good repute be ever yours. The opposite, if you shall prove yourselves forsworn. Some years ago I heard Dr. Curtis administer this oath at one of the Columbia University commencements, and it struck me as so impressive that I wondered if some form of it might not be of use for the graduates of the New York City Training School. I therefore made a modified version, and before giving it for the first time, I added a few remarks by way of introduction as follows. Until very recently, women have had so little part in any actual competition with men that they have been exempt from many rules by which men are governed. But the old order is changed, and, with the share of men's honors and rewards, we must also be prepared to accept their responsibilities. The trained nurse necessarily occupies in the household a position of confidence, compared to which even the physician's is secondary. She's there at all times, while his visits are occasional. By day and by night all that goes on in the sick room and outside it must almost inevitably be known to her. It is to the credit of your profession that, so far as I know, the knowledge thus gained has never been abused, but there is a feeling, not general perhaps, but widespread, that nurses gossip, more or less, in one house about what has happened in another. As you all know, doubtless, some of the medical schools administer to their students when they graduate what is known as the Oath of Hippocrates. That great physician lived more than 2,000 years ago, and scholars think that this oath may have been old even in his day. The gods by whom the ancients swore have been discarded, but duty and honor are immortal. I will now ask you to listen to a version of the Hippocratic Oath, modified to suit your profession, and when you have heard it, to accept its obligations and to observe them faithfully. You do solemnly swear, each one by whatever she holds most sacred, that you will be loyal to the physicians under whom you shall serve, as a good soldier is loyal to his officers, that you will be just and generous to all worthy members of your profession, aiding them when it shall be in your power so to do, that you will lead your lives and practice your profession in uprightness and honor, that into whatsoever house you shall enter it shall be for the good of the sick to the utmost of your power, and that you will hold yourselves aloof from all temptation, that whatsoever you shall see or hear of the lives of men and women, whether they be your patients or members of their households, you will keep inviolably secret, whether you are in other households or among your own friends. If you accept these obligations, let each one bow the head in sign of acquiescence. And now, if you shall be true to your word, may prosperity and good repute be ever yours, the opposite if you shall prove yourselves forsworn." End quote. Conscience and self-respect will naturally lead an honorable physician or nurse to fulfill these provisions, even if they have not been formulated. But to bind oneself by a solemn obligation, in the presence of witnesses, gives, in my opinion, useful moral support against possible future temptation. End of the Hippocratic Oath by Mary Cadwallader Jones. Read by Sandra.
The History of Steel Railway Rails by William Joseph Walsh. Thesis for the degree of Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering in the College of Engineering, University of Illinois, presented June 1909. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction. The railroad rail has received more study and more careful attention at the hands of engineers than any other track material, and it has been greatly improved and its cost cheapened. Nevertheless, it is still of vital interest to the engineer on account of the wonderful growth of railroads and the urgent demands of the traveling public for higher speed. For the above reasons, as well as for the safe transportation of passengers and freight, a very efficient and substantial rail is required. Moreover, there is a great future for the engineers who are able to design and produce rails which will satisfy the present requirements. Furthermore, the steel rail is of interest to the world in general on account of the large number of people employed in its manufacture, the necessity for safe transportation of passenger and freight traffic, and because of the vast amount of commerce which is being carried on at the present time. It is also true that many of the steel rail mills are owned and operated by the Great Steel Trust. This accounts partly for the high prices of steel rails and the excessive tariff rates demanded by railroads, both for passenger and freight service. In order to enumerate some of the things to be observed in the manufacture of steel rails, it would be well to begin with the primary rail and trace its development down to the present time. In the following pages, then, an attempt will be made to follow each phase of development from the primary rail down to the modern steel rail. Development. In the development of the steel rail, there has been a constant evolution since its introduction. This was due largely to the extensive and necessary growth of railroads and to the demands both for heavier trains and greater speed. The first rails ever laid were wooden stringers, which were used on short roads around coal mines. The surface of these stringers were protected by wrought iron strips. Later, cast iron tramways were introduced, in which angle-shaped rails were nailed to wooden stringers and flangeless rails laid on these. In 1820, the fish belly rail was introduced, and a few years later, the bridge rail. In 1844, the pear-shaped rail was invented, but it was unsuccessful owing to the difficulty in obtaining a good form of joint. The present flange, or T-rail section, was invented by Colonel Robert L. Stevens in 1830. About the same time, the bullhead rail was introduced into England with the idea that, after one head had been worn out, the rail could be reversed and its life practically doubled. Experience has shown, however, that wear in the chairs is so great that when one head has been worn out by traffic, the whole rail is generally useless. It is also claimed that a track built of this special type of rail is better for heavy and fast traffic, but is more expensive to build and maintain. It is, however, the standard form of track in England and Europe at the present time. Until a few years ago, there was a multiplicity in the design of T-rails in this country. Nearly every prominent railroad had its own special design, which perhaps differed from that of some other road only in very minute and insignificant details, but which, nevertheless, would require a complete set of new rolls. This certainly had a very appreciable effect on the cost of rails. Because of this fact, the American Society of Civil Engineers, in June 1893, after having obtained the opinions of the best experts of the country, decided upon a series of rail section drawings or sketches of which will be shown in the succeeding pages. Consideration was given to the manufacturing details of rail making, as well as to the design of those forms which would be best adapted to meet the various requirements of traffic. To have a smooth track, it is absolutely necessary that the surface and line of rails shall be without bumps and kinks. To obtain such rails, it is of importance that the area of the cross-section in the head and flange shall be as nearly equal as economy will permit. This allows the hot metal in the rail to cool with the least internal stress, so that when it becomes cold, its form is nearly straight. This prevents excessive gagging in the final straightening. The importance of this increases with the amount of metal in the section. The quantity of metal in each part was decided upon as follows: 42% for the head, 21% for the web, and 37% for the flange. The other constant factors were the top radius of head, 12 inches, top corner radius of head, 5/16 inches, lower corner radius, 1/16 inch, side radius of web, 12 inches, top and bottom radius of web, 1/4 inch, angles at underside of head and top of flange, 13 degrees. The chief features of disagreement among railway men relate to the radius of the upper corner of the head and to the slope of the side of the head, for it is agreed that sharp rail corners wear the wheels and produce sharp flanges which are liable to cause derailments at switches. Moreover, the tires of engine wheels are required to be more frequently turned down to their true form. On the other hand, it is generally believed that rail wear is much less rapid when the area of contact between the rail and wheel flange is small. When the rail head has worn down, as it invariably does, to nearly the same form as the wheel flange, the entire rail wears away very quickly. The American Society of Civil Engineers has decided upon standard rail sections for the various weights of rails, and the railroads are gradually adopting them. There are a few other types, such as the Dudley and Sire sections, but they are closely related to those of the American Society standards. Weight. The weight is another important matter in the construction of rails from a financial standpoint. The weight of primary wooden stringers used as rails was 13 pounds per yard. On account of the introduction of locomotives and the increase in weight of trains, the heavy iron rail was introduced, the first of which weighed from 40 to 50 pounds per yard. Some years ago, Mr. Sandberg began a crusade against the policy of using very light sections of steel rails. He maintained that the constantly increasing weight of rolling stock and the high speed of trains demanded a stronger track system. This, however, is not to be obtained by merely increasing the number of ties, as had been done in some cases, but rather by the adoption of a heavier rail. In this country, there are still many miles of rails too light for safe and economical transportation. The tendency of all roads, however, is toward an increase in weight rendered necessary by the increase in the weight and capacity of the rolling stock. Moreover, the price of rails has been so reduced that it is both better and cheaper to obtain a more solid and durable track by increasing the weight of the rail than by attempting to support a weak rail by an increased number of ties. It should be remembered that in buying rails, the mere weight is, in one sense, of no importance. The essential things to be considered are the strength and stiffness. Let us assume that all weights of rails have similar cross-sections, which is nearly true. It is also true that in beams of similar cross-section, the strength varies as the cube of the homologous dimensions and the stiffness as the fourth power, while the area, and therefore the weight per unit of length, varies only as the square. From this it follows that the stiffness varies as the square of the weight, and the strength varies as the 3½ power. As an illustration, the use of an 80-pound rail instead of a 75-pound one adds only 6 2/3% to the cost, but 14% to the stiffness and nearly 11% to the strength. This shows why heavier rails are more economical and are being adopted, even when not absolutely needed on account of heavier rolling stock. The heaviest rail generally used in this country is the 110-pound rail of the Czandra Railway in Canada, but 100-pound rails are in use on the New York Central, Pennsylvania Railway, New York, New Haven and Hartford, Chesapeake and Ohio Railway, and other lines. The minimum economical weight in ordinary service is 65 pounds, but many roads have used lighter rails even under considerable traffic. With regard to the weight of rails in the future, they cannot be increased much without causing inconvenience in handling. Since it is not likely that much heavier rolling stock will be introduced, the writer does not expect a very marked increase in the weight of rails in the next few years. He looks forward to the time, however, when most of the railroads will be using the 100-pound rail. Length of rails. Another item of interest in the history of rails is the standard lengths that have been adopted from time to time. The primary rail, the wooden stringer, was 12 feet long. The cast iron rails introduced later were only 3 feet in length. Still later, the 18-foot wrought iron rail was brought into use. In 1855, when steel rails were introduced, the standard length was 30 feet. Just why 30 feet came to be universally adopted as the standard length is not a matter of record, but it may readily be surmised that convenience of transportation had considerable to do with it. For many years, the ordinary length of flat cars was such that a rail longer than 30 feet could not be conveniently handled thereon in shipment. And it is also probable that in the early rolling mills, a sufficient quantity of metal for making a rail longer than 30 feet could not be handled in a single ingot. However, such difficulties no longer exist, but the 30-foot rail remains the standard. In recent years, many roads have been trying the 45 and 60-foot rails. The argument in favor of longer rails is chiefly that of reduction in rail joints, which are costly to construct and maintain, besides being a fruitful source of accidents. Morrison of the Lehigh Valley Railroad, in his report to the Roadmasters Association of 1895, declares that as a result of extensive experience with 45-foot rails on that road, he finds that they are very much less expensive to handle on account of their length, and can be laid around sharp curves without being curved in a machine as is necessary with the shorter rails. The great objection to longer rails lies in the difficulty experienced in allowing for expansion and the inconvenience in transporting and handling them. Both the Pennsylvania and the Norfolk and Western railroads have a great many miles of 60-foot rails. Almost all the street railways have adopted this length, as there was no difficulty encountered in allowing for expansion, the rails being welded together and made continuous. Rails 33 feet long are extensively used on many roads, and an increase in the standard length to 33 feet has been recommended by the Roadmasters and Maintenance of Way Association and by the American Railway Engineering and Maintenance of Way Association. Rails longer than 33 feet have been used on comparatively few roads. In Germany, the old standard length for rails was 29.5 feet, and the experience derived from increasing the length seems to have resulted more satisfactorily than has been the case in this country. An increase in 33.5%, or to 39 feet 4 inches, seems to have met with general approval, whereas on some roads the standard length has been increased to 59 feet. Until some method which will allow for expansion is found, there will probably be no increase in the standard length adopted in the future. Moreover, it is rather difficult for a few men to replace 45 or 65-pound rails, because it is often necessary to haul rails more than a quarter of a mile on a hand car, which is very inconvenient and dangerous. It is more than likely, however, that the 33-foot rail will be adopted as the standard, since it is less expensive than the shorter rails. Composition. As has been stated before, there has been a marked change in the composition of rails. The first rails were composed of wood, usually a high grade of oak or pine. At this time, timber was plentiful and hence the best was used. With reference to the composition of cast and wrought iron rails, little is known. Formerly, little attention was paid to the chemical composition of the rail. Early rails, which wore remarkably well, showed on analysis a wide variation in chemical constituents. Carbon ranged from 0.24 to 0.7%, and phosphorus from 0.08 to 0.16%. The mill processes, however, were performed slowly and carefully. The railheads were small, and the rails were worked at so low a temperature that they came out hard and tough. It mattered little, therefore, about the carbon or the other chemical constituents. As time passed, however, the demand for rails increased, prices fell, and the mill outputs grew rapidly. For this reason, the manufacturers became less careful. Rails were furnished hotter and were of an inferior quality, and then the chemistry of the rail assumed more importance. About 1818, Dr. C.B. Dudley, chief chemist of the Pennsylvania Railroad, announced that soft rails were best. His conclusions were based on 25 samples of rail taken out of the track, and his critics maintained that this was too small a number to serve as a basis for a general law. In 1880, he came forward with a second paper, a long, carefully written and ingenious report to the superintendent of motive power. In this, he based his conclusions on 64 samples, and he advocated the same theory as before, namely that rails low in carbon were the best. The practical outcome was that this proposition was accepted and supported for years. He recommended to the Pennsylvania Company a specification regulating the chemical constituents as follows: carbon 0.25%, phosphorus 0.1% or less, silicon 0.4%, and manganese 0.3 to 0.4%. It is doubtful if carbon is ever placed as low as 0.3%. The Dudley specification was succeeded by one requiring 0.3 to 0.4% of carbon and giving a wider range to the chemical constituents. But the Dudley specification made people timid about a high carbon rail. The theory, however, was not borne out by experience, nor was it demonstrated by Dr. Dudley's figures. The rails, which he considered, were not of high carbon content. Of the 64 samples, only one had over 0.6% of carbon, and only 4 contained more than 0.5%. But today, 50% of carbon is regarded as only a little above the average. More carbon is usually specified, and a rail having only 0.45% would not be ranked as hard. While 20 years ago a carbon rail of 0.5% was considered ample in the United States. In French practice, it would have been considered low. For the French consider no rail hard unless it has more than 0.5% of carbon, and they often use 1%. Mr. Connard, a French engineer, found from a study of rails turned out by various French mills that their composition averaged as follows: carbon 0.86%, manganese 0.69%, silicon 0.15%, and phosphorus 0.05%. He compared these with the number of rails manufactured by 5 German mills, averaging 0.31% of carbon and 0.09% of phosphorus, and found that the French rails were about twice as long as the German rails. In the present rails, carbon ranges proportionately as follows: 60-pound rails 0.4 to 0.45%, 70-pound 0.45 to 0.5%, and 80-pound 0.45 to 0.6%. The maximum is 0.65 to 0.75 as specified for the 100-pound rail of the New York Central Railway, but it is rarely, if ever, that a 0.7% is exceeded. The object of carbon is to give hardness to the steel, but it is liable to render it brittle unless special care is taken in proportioning the other chemical constituents. The analysis of 32 specimens on the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul Railroad shows the proportion of chemical composition as follows: carbon 0.211 to 0.52%, silicon 0.13 to 0.256%, phosphorus 0.055 to 0.181%, manganese 0.35 to 1.63%. Carbon up to 1% increases hardness and tensile strength, but decreases the ductility and toughness. It was formerly used in small proportions, but in late years the tendency is for more carbon to increase the hardness which is required to meet the increased wheel pressure. Manganese is necessary to take up the oxides of iron while the metal is in the molten state. In sufficient quantity, it assists toward a more uniform distribution of the carbon through the iron. It also facilitates the chemical combinations of the iron at high temperatures and tends to prevent separation into graphite as the iron cools. If not used to excess, it imparts strength and toughness. If the iron is low in carbon, the effect of manganese is similar to that of carbon alone, but diminishes the ductility in less degree. It may therefore replace the carbon to some extent and is considered an effective antidote for sulfur. When used in high percentage, it has the effect of making the rail hard and coarsely crystalline, and its tendency is to brittleness when it exists in unnecessary quantity. We therefore see how important this constituent has become. Its use varies according to circumstances from 0.7 to 1.4%. Silicon is another useful ingredient, and it is gradually becoming recognized as an important element. It acts as a flux, and like manganese, tends to prevent injury by oxidation of the iron. When of just sufficient quantity, it gives added toughness, but any increase beyond this tends to produce brittleness. It has a hardening effect, and to a limiting extent may replace carbon. Its present use ranges from 0.1 to 0.2%. Sulfur and phosphorus are both objectionable elements, but are difficult to extract from the metal. They perform no useful service in combination, which is not secured by other elements. Their quantity, however, must be kept at a minimum. Sulfur not to exceed 0.07% and phosphorus not to exceed 0.085%. Rails which have a high percent of either should not contain a large amount of carbon. Prior to the last 10 or 15 years, these constituents have received little attention. Only recently has it been advocated that a small amount of these adds to the strength of the metal. Traces of copper have been found in rail steel, and it sometimes runs as high as 0.8%, although specifications do not usually require it or place limitations upon the percentage used. In small quantities, it slightly raises the tenacity and elastic limit without tendency to brittleness, but reduces the toughness. This effect, however, is not pronounced when the quantity is small. Chemical specifications are at present considered only an approximate guide, because much depends upon the mechanical and heat treatment of the metal during the process of manufacture. In late years, chemical specifications have not been considered as important as they once were. More stress is now being laid upon the production of rails to meet certain tests of strength and stiffness. There is more attention paid to a guarantee of serviceability for a stated period than to the chemical composition. It has become the custom of many roads to leave the chemical composition within wide limits, or entirely to the discretion of the manufacturer. The process of manufacture of steel rails is becoming more important. The first iron rails were made from straight puddled bars. These were about 1 inch thick and were placed one upon another until a pile of sufficient weight and height was formed. The pile was then reheated and rolled into rails, and it was to the formation of that pile that inventive genius was applied. At one time, a rail with a puddled steel head, or rather with the top bar of the pile of puddled steel, found much favor, but owing to the difficulty of obtaining uniformly good welds, the results were not satisfactory. Another plan, upon which much money was spent, was to hammer a puddled ball or to weld 2 puddled balls together under a steam hammer. These were then drawn into a slab 2 to 2 1/2 inches thick, which was placed on the top of the rail pile. The Pennsylvania Railroad ordered several thousand tons of these rails, but their service was somewhat disappointing and their use was abandoned. Later, the railroads adopted the system of having the old rails re-rolled into new ones. At first, a certain percent of new iron was specified, but as the necessity for immediate economy increased, that demand was no longer made and new rails were composed entirely of old ones. From the many reworkings of rails, the cheapening of the process of manufacture and the necessary demands of traffic, the ability of the iron rails to resist wear became more and more unsatisfactory. It then seemed that from this cause alone the limit of railway development had been reached. The solution of the difficulty was the introduction of the Bessemer process. We all realize that without such an innovation as Bessemer's, the subsequent tremendous expansion in railway development would have been physically impossible. The first rail ever made by the process was placed on the Midland Railroad of England in 1857 and remained until 1873, some 16 years, during which time about 2,250,000 trains passed over it. The material essential to anything like a comprehensive description of the various processes of manufacture of steel rails would swell convenient limits of space in this work, hence only the changes which have taken place from time to time will be mentioned. The first Bessemer steel was produced by an experimental plant at Wyandotte, Michigan in 1864. It was first introduced by A.L. Halley. Its invention led to a greatly increased facility of manufacture and a consequent decrease in the cost of steel rails. This process was Halley's improvements in the invention of the Siemens-Martin method of manufacture and the consequent introduction of rails at reasonable prices were great factors in the enormous railway development of the last 25 years. The cheapness and rapidity of manufacture, however, have to some extent received more attention than the composition. In 1867, George Fritz, then chief engineer of the Cambria Iron Company, Johnson, Pennsylvania, invented the blooming mill on which steel ingots are rolled instead of reducing them by hammering, as had been the practice. Mr. Fritz built his first regular 3-high blooming mill in 1871. This departure from the old practice, added to Halley's modified converting plants, greatly helped to increase production. During the Civil War, there was a great demand for cheap steel. An answer to this universal demand was made by the inventive genius of 2 men, William Kelly, an Irish-American of Pittsburgh, and Sir Henry Bessemer, an Englishman of London. They devised a new way to refine iron, which has since been known as the Bessemer process. Their discovery was an entirely new idea, and one which at first seemed absurd to every other steelmaker. Within a few years, however, it was universally adopted, revolutionizing the iron and steel trade and providing the world with a cheap and abundant supply of its most useful metal. In 1851, the first converter was built, a square brick structure 4 feet high with a cylindrical chamber. The bottom was perforated for the blast. The greatest difficulty was to obtain a sufficiently strong blast. The second converter was made with holes in the sides, and after this one improvement followed another. Kelly built 7 converters in a backwoods hiding place, and his 8th, a telling converter, was built in the Cambria Iron Works. With this converter he showed that cold air does not chill molten iron, but refines it with amazing rapidity if blown through it for the proper length of time. The new process was perfected by a third inventor, Robert Mushet, who solved the problem of how to leave just enough carbon in the molten steel to harden it. Instead of trying to stop the process at the right moment, Mushet asked, why not first burn out all the carbon and then pour back the exact quantity you need? This was a simple device, but no one had thought of it before. Since then, other improvements have been added by Halley, W.R. Jones, Rees, Gilchrist, and Thomas. The new metal was soon called Bessemer steel. Strictly speaking, it was not steel, but much like wrought iron. It was not hard enough to serve for all purposes. The modern converter is a huge iron pot about 12 to 14 feet high. It swings on an axle so that it may be tilted up and down. About 30,000 pounds of molten iron are poured into it, and a strong blast of air is then forced through the perforated bottom, which rushes through the metal with great rapidity. Then yellow sparks are sent out at the top many feet into the air. The converter roars like a volcano in eruption. The impurities in the iron, phosphorus, silicon, sulfur, and carbon, are separated from the metal. The sparks change from red to yellow and then suddenly become white. At this juncture, the converter is tilted sideways. A workman now charges it with several hundred pounds of carbon mixture to restore the necessary elements that have been blown out. It is then tilted further, and the molten iron is poured into a swinging ladle, and from this into a train of huge clay pots, pushed into place by a little locomotive. Another improvement in the manufacture of steel rails was the mechanical appliances added to the rolls by Robert Hunt. Until March 1884, all American rails were fed by the use of hooks and tongs. 3 high trains required from 15 to 17 men for a production of 300 tons in 12 hours. Numerous inventors up to that time had sought to accomplish this work by machinery, which would be automatic in its action, but none had actually been built. In 1884, tables were driven in front of the finishing rolls of the rail train of the Albany and Rensselaer Iron and Steel Company of Troy, New York. This worked so well that an automatic arrangement was put in front of the roughing rolls. It was not until 1899 that the commercial manufacture of rails from basic open hearth steel was introduced. Aside from their comparative merits, the quantity of acid in basic open hearth rails rolled in the United States in 1905 is small as compared with the Bessemer tonnage. There have been 2 attempts to make steel in America by the basic Bessemer process. Both were technically successful, but owing to the character and cost of the obtainable iron, failed commercially. Most of the present rails are made by the Bessemer process. It is true, however, that a large number of rails fail in service, and it is probable that the number of broken rails would be considerably reduced if they were made of open hearth steel. The question therefore arises why more rails are not made of this material, and railway engineers occasionally come forward with inquiries to that end. It may be well to say, therefore, that the making of open hearth rails is purely a commercial question and involves immense sums of money. Most of the rails made in America today are made by the Bessemer process, and each rail-making plant must be regarded as a unit. The converting department is one factor, its capacity and whole scheme of operation being designed for the one purpose of supplying the blooming mill with just the right quantity of ingots, at just exactly the right size. It may happen that at a given rail-making works there is no open hearth furnace plant at all. Many are aware of the fact that small lots of open hearth rails may be made, but their production on a large scale means a plant laid out with that end in view. Moreover, if this plant does not have a regular line of business extending over many years at an increased price, it will be a losing venture. Within the last few years, it has been clearly shown that a great improvement may be made by certain modes of heat treatment. Much care is now taken to finish the rails colder than formerly, and to do a great deal of work on them while they are at a moderately low heat. By doing so, a much better grain is attained, and this renders possible the use of a higher content of carbon than was formerly thought advisable. This question of finishing temperature and all the associated problems of wear and toughness are being thoroughly threshed out, and it may be well to await the results of experiments now underway before starting out into untried fields. The open hearth rails seem to be of better quality than those from Bessemer steel, but the future rails are likely to be made by the Bessemer process owing to the reasons given above. The hardening and toughening effect of alloying steel with nickel, so successfully practiced in the manufacture of armor plate, has naturally suggested a like treatment for rail steel. Such experiments are now being conducted on a small scale with steel made both by the Bessemer and open hearth processes. On the Pennsylvania lines, some nickel steel rails were laid on a 5-degree curve, and after 4 years of service were said to be wearing better than rails of ordinary steel. Experimental use of nickel steel rails for 6 years seems to indicate that rails of such metals will outwear 3 or 4 sets of carbon steel rails. Nickel steel rails laid in a freight track of the Pennsylvania Railroad at Killenning, Pennsylvania, lasted 3 years, as against 10 months of ordinary steel rails. In addition to the roads mentioned, the following are experimenting with nickel steel rails: Bessemer and Lake Erie Railroad, the Unor Railroad, and the New York Central and Hudson River Railroad. The chemical composition of these rails was found to be as follows: carbon 0.418%, silicon 0.102%, manganese 0.79%, phosphorus 0.094%, and nickel 3.38%. Some frogs and switch points of the same steel are also under trial. Durability. An investigation was begun some time ago at the test department of the Philadelphia and Reading Railroad to determine the elements in steel rails which caused fracture or relatively rapid wear, and to work out the means necessary to reduce these to a minimum. A considerable number of rail sections which were fractured in track, or which were removed owing to very rapid wear, were examined in order to gain the desired information. A considerable number of rails which gave good results in service have also been tested in the hope of finding fundamental characteristics which might account for the durability or the failure, as the case might be. Also, in the regular rail inspections at the mills, sections representing the various methods of manufacture have been taken, and particular attention has been given to investigation of the differences between rails which failed under the drop test and those which passed it successfully. It was believed then, as it is now, that a proper chemical composition is one of the essentials for obtaining the greatest durability in steel rails. This theory was confirmed by other investigators, and they proved that physical character and structure have at least an equal influence upon the final outcome. Up to the present time, about 200 defective rails have been examined. In some cases, complete chemical analysis have been made, and in others, the loose, coarse, grained fracture or other physical character, such as piping, showed the cause at a glance, and in still others, a rather elaborate investigation was necessary to prove the matter to a certainty. In a general way, the results of analysis in this investigation have merely confirmed the previous opinion, and have proved beyond question that specifying chemical composition alone ensures neither a durable nor inefficient rail. From the start, a marked difference in structure was found, and the following characteristics in the rails which gave defective service were noted: A. Coarse, regular granular structure, and B. Excess of foreign matter, such as oxides, slag, and enclosed gases. Either of these resulted in relatively poor service. On the other hand, in rails of the same general composition giving satisfactory service, a generally fine interlocking broken granular structure with relative freedom from foreign matter and gas was found. By a comparison of the above results with those obtained in other mill inspections, complete accordance was found. The rails similar to those of the first type proved exceedingly fragile under the drop test of 2,000 pounds, falling 20 feet. In contrast to this, rails of the latter class showed a marked toughness under the drop test, and one stood 14 blows of the drop test without fracture, being turned after the first blows in succeeding odd numbers. These marked differences confirm the work of others. Mr. J. E. Steed, for instance, says, quote, "It is clear that the junctions of the grains are a safeguard, and the more junctions there are, the more reliable will the steel be." End quote. And again, quote, "It would seem to follow then that the smaller and finer the grain, the safer the structure." End quote. This coincides with the researches of Brunel, Sauver, and others. It is a common saying that the wearing qualities of rails made during the late years, particularly the rails of heavier section, have been disappointing, that they do not compare with the service obtained from the 50-pound rail rolled about 1880. The reasons explanatory of this experience have been discussed until the situation is quite generally understood, making due allowance for the effect of the largely increased wheel loads and train speeds. The currently accepted views of the situation may be summed up briefly in the following statement. Competition and the desire of the railway companies to purchase rails at the lowest possible price have forced the manufacturers to resort to quicker and cheaper methods of handling the metal and to cheapen the cost in the process of rolling. The result was that rails were finished at too high a temperature to obtain the benefits of the rolling section on the steel, or the working of the steel as it is called. In course of time, the competition largely disappeared, and the manufacturers fixed their own price for rails, but the quality of the metal was not improved. Foreign matter in the rails decreases its durability, As to the origin of these impurities in steel, it is evident that they must be due to defective mill practice, either in the manufacture of the steel, including teaming and settling, in burning of the steel in soaking pits, or in blooming furnaces if the latter are used, or in cropping blooms or rails. In any event, the short life of those rails is an unquestioned proof of defective mill practice. In order to ensure the most durable rail of a given composition, the above investigations indicate that there must be 1. Freedom from brittleness, 2. Absence of unsoundness, 3. Fine granular structure. Chemical and mechanical tests are both necessary for a thorough determination of the value of the rail. Until the introduction of the steel rail, there was little, if any, testing made upon rails. The chemical test has for its main object the determination of those minute quantities of chemical elements which have such a marked influence on the rail for good or bad. The mechanical tests consist of the usual tests for elastic limit and ultimate strength. The elongation at rupture is determined from pieces cut out of the rails. One of the chief tests used is the drop test. This consists in dropping a weight of 2,000 pounds from a height of 16 to 20 feet upon the center of a rail, which is supported on abutments placed 3 or 4 feet apart. The number of blows required to produce rupture or to produce a permanent set of specified magnitude gives a measure of the strength and toughness of the rail. In order to pass the test, the butt is supposed to withstand 1 blow from the falling weight without breaking. The test also requires that the rails shall not bend more than 6 inches, and upon reversal must stand without breaking a blow on the convex side from the 2,000-pound weight falling through half the standard height, or 8 feet to 10 feet. In this country, the testing of rail metal for tensile strength is not in general practice, but test pieces from rail steel of good quality will usually show an elastic limit of 55,000 to 65,000 pounds per square inch, and an ultimate strength of 110,000 to 120,000 pounds at breaking. The test piece should have an elongation of 12 to 15% and a specified length, usually 8 or 10 inches, and a modulus of elasticity of 29 million to 30 million pounds. In this country, moreover, no tests for hardness are imposed, but the physical hardness may be quite closely determined from the chemical hardness, namely by the determination of the amount of carbon and phosphorus present. Some attempts at measuring degrees of hardness have been made by an observation of the indentations on the rail of loaded knife edges of hardened steel, but the use of such tests and others of a different character does not seem to have passed the realm of experimentation. There was a practice at one time, prevalent among manufacturers of rails, by which the makers guaranteed to replace all worn or broken rails that had to be renewed within a certain period, usually 5 years. No such guarantees are now given, and at most the makers agree to replace broken rails which show actual flaws. It is generally recognized that methods of manufacture should be left largely to the discretion of the maker, the rails being carefully inspected and tested on behalf of the purchaser. Under present conditions, there is practically no control of the manufacturer. The mills very generally decline to make rails fulfilling the requirements of the railways, but furnish those made according to the specifications adopted by the manufacturers. In the future, the writer expects more control of the manufacture of rails by the maker, but more severe tests on the part of the purchaser. Growth steel industry. In June 1876, there were 10 rail mills in operation and an 11th nearly ready to start. At that time, one Bessemer company had already become bankrupt, and 2 of these companies and their works have absolutely gone out of existence. In fact, but 5 of these are now making rails. Since 1876, in addition to those already mentioned, 18 corporations have erected mills to roll standard weight steel rails, 14 from steel of their own manufacture, and 4 from purchased blooms. 7 of the steel producers are now making rails, 2 are on other products, and the remaining 9 have gone out of existence, so that there are now in the United States 10 corporations running 13 rail mills. The above refer only to the mills that are rolling rails of 60-pound or more to the yard. 3 of the companies are controlled by one corporation, 3 others by another, and 2 others by still another, thus leaving 2 single and independent concerns. In addition, the building of another mill of large capacity to roll basic open hearth rails, together with the required blast furnaces, steel furnaces, in town, has just been completed, In June 1876, the Bessemer plant of the North Chicago Rolling Mill Company, built from Halley's plans, then in charge of Robert Forsyth, held the record for a month's production of ingots at 6,457 gross tons. The production in the whole United States in 1876 was 469,639 gross tons of Bessemer ingots, from which 368,299 gross tons of rails were made. There was a constant increase in output until 1887, when the production of ingots reached 2,936,035 tons, and of rails 2,101,904 tons. It was not until 1899 that the production again passed the 2 million ton point. In that year, there were turned out 7,586,354 tons of Bessemer, 2,947,316 tons of open hearth ingots, and 2,270,585 tons of rails, all of Bessemer steel. Following that year, there was a continued increase in the output of open hearth steel, while that of Bessemer remained more nearly constant. In 1905, 10,919,272 gross tons of Bessemer steel, 8,444,836 gross tons of open hearth ingots, and 3,375,611 gross tons of rails were made, 183,264 tons of which were of basic open hearth steel. The North Chicago Rolling Mill Company, which held the monthly record for product of Bessemer ingots in 1876, built in 1882 an entirely new Bessemer and rail plant at South Chicago, some 15 miles away from its old one. There have been changes in the management and additions to the plant since then, but fundamentally the converting works and mills are the same, and their record production is 91,424 gross tons of ingots and 71,424 gross tons of rails in a month. All of these rails were rolled on one rail mill. In 1886, the rail mill of the Edgar Thomson Works had been doing very commendable work, but it was being pressed in output by other mills. A new mill was started in 1888, and all promises for it have been much more than fulfilled. Its greatest production of rails for a month is 61,033 gross tons. There are 3 sets of rolls in this mill, which are placed in a tandem formation. The converting works have made 102,740 gross tons of ingots in a month, all of which were reduced to blooms on one 3-high blooming mill. After the starting of the new mill, the original Edgar Thomson rail mill remained idle for several years. It was then remodeled and used for the production of rails which were under 60 pounds per yard in weight. This mill has been in constant operation ever since. In this connection, it will be well to give some statistics in regard to the production of pig iron. In 1876, the production of pig iron of all kinds in the United States was 1,868,961 gross tons. In 1905, it was 22,992,380 gross tons. The production of Bessemer pig iron was separated statistically from other pig iron until 1887. In that year, it was 2,875,462 gross tons. And in 1905, it was 12,279,462 gross tons. The production of basic pig iron was first ascertained in 1886 when it was 336,403 gross tons. In 1905, it was 4,105,179 gross tons, charcoal basic pig iron not being considered in either case. The writer does not look for a more marked increase in the output of pig iron and steel in the future. In fact, it seems to have reached its limit. The sources of iron ore are becoming exhausted and new sources are rare. Many of the new ore deposits contain sulfur, and the ore is mostly iron pyrites, which is very costly to purify. The steel industry is of vast importance to us because of its employment of so many people. The Illinois Steel Company of Chicago, which is a comparatively small steel industry, employs more than 8,000 men. But owing to the recent panic, the working force was reduced by several thousand. Most of the steel concerns in this country are owned and operated by one of the larger companies, the Carnegie or Cambria Steel Corporation. We are led to think that perhaps almost all are under the control of the Steel Trust. Hence, this should be of much interest to the public. Of course, these combines have their advantages as well as their disadvantages, but in the opinion of the writer, they should be under the direct control of the people. Conclusion. In conclusion, the author ventures to say that for many years to come, the standard rail for the United States and for most of the civilized world will be about such a rail as we are now using. This section will not differ greatly from that which has already been decided upon, that is, the Dudley, Hawkes, Hunt, American Society of Civil Engineers section. The average weight will very likely be more than it is now, and the steel harder. The writer should not be surprised to see 100 pounds per yard common, 80 pounds the average weight, and 0.6% the average of carbon content. This rail may be 60 feet long and possibly 90. By making it 60 feet long, we eliminate half of the rail joints, the most troublesome item of a railroad track. In fact, the Pennsylvania Railroad, the Norfolk and Western, and some other roads are today putting in many 60-foot rails. In all that has been said in the preceding articles, the subject has been merely touched upon. There is much more to be said regarding steel rails and their development, but the writer has aimed to give a clear and brief account of the history down to the present time. The writer agrees with Mr. Prout when he says, quote, "If the young engineer will candidly and courageously, modestly, and without pedantry study the scrap heap, I think we can predict for him a reasonable measure of success. Whether or not he succeeds in getting money or distinction, that way of meeting the problems of life will secure the respect and esteem of the best men about him, which, after all, is the highest success that can be hoped for." End quote. End of the History of Steel Railway Rails by William Joseph Walsh. Read by Elsie Selwyn.
Know the $100 Note from Cashier Toolkit, A Guide to Identifying Genuine Currency by the U.S. Federal Reserve Board. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Know the $100 Note. Know its features. Know it's real. The $100 note incorporates two distinctive advanced security features: the 3D security ribbon and the color-shifting bell in the inkwell. Issued 2013. 3D security ribbon. Tilt the note back and forth while focusing on the blue ribbon. You will see the bells change to 100s as they move. When you tilt the note back and forth, the bells and 100s move side to side. If you tilt it side to side, they move up and down. The ribbon is woven into the paper, not printed on it. Bell in the inkwell. Tilt the note to see the color-shifting bell in the copper inkwell change from copper to green, an effect which makes the bell seem to appear and disappear within the inkwell. Portrait watermark. Hold the note to light and look for a faint image of Benjamin Franklin in the blank space to the right of the portrait. The image is visible from both sides of the note. Color shifting ink. Tilt the note to see the numeral 100 in the lower right corner of the front of the note shift from copper to green. Security thread. Hold the note to light to see an embedded thread running vertically to the left of the portrait. The thread is imprinted with the letters USA and the numeral 100 in an alternating pattern and is visible from both sides of the note. The thread glows pink when illuminated by ultraviolet light. Other security features. Raised printing. Move your finger up and down Benjamin Franklin's shoulder on the left side of the note. It should feel rough to the touch, a result of the enhanced intaglio printing process used to create the image. Traditional raised printing can be felt throughout the $100 note and gives genuine Federal Reserve notes their distinctive texture. Microprinting. Look carefully, magnification may be necessary, to see the small printed text, "The United States of America," in Benjamin Franklin's jacket collar. USA 100 around the blank space containing the portrait watermark. 100 USA along the golden quill, and small 100s in the note borders. End of Know the $100 Note from Cashier Toolkit, a guide to identifying genuine currency, by the U.S. Federal Reserve Board. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Louisa Catherine Johnson to John Quincy Adams, London, July 24th, 1796. By Louisa Catherine Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paula Messina. Louisa Catherine Johnson to John Quincy Adams, London, July 24th, 1796. How shall I express my impatient anxiety at not hearing from you? 5 tedious weeks have elapsed without a line to say you are well, or that I still retain a place in your remembrance. I learn continually the arrival of the mails, consequently am alarmed at your silence. Absence, I have often heard, is dangerous. Were I to judge solely from my own feelings, I should say that little was to be feared, conscious that it strengthens rather than weakens real affection. Alas, at this moment I feel an aching void which only a letter from you can remove. You have frequently endeavored to teach me fortitude. I knew not then how much I should need it, and find, though I listened to the teacher, I lost the lessons. Would you were here now, I think I should be more attentive. Yet I sincerely hope never to see you again with the probability of parting. I could now say much, but must suppress my thoughts. Pray let me hear from you as often as possible. In the interim, and during life, believe me, yours affectionately, Louisa Catherine Johnson. End of Louisa Catherine Johnson to John Quincy Adams, London, July 24th, 1796, by Louisa Catherine Johnson. Louisa Catherine Johnson to John Quincy Adams, London, August 19th, 1796, by Louisa Catherine Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paula Messina. Louisa Catherine Johnson to John Quincy Adams, London, August 19th, 1796. Sunday last brought to hand your invaluable letter of the 6th. Shall I confess I was nearly too much elated to know what I read, having vainly flattered myself from the intelligence I previously received of your immediate return. But alas, how delusive is hope! How was I disappointed to find you might not return till the spring! You ask my permission to come here. Oh, my best friend, you already know too well the anxiety our separation has caused me, to doubt my complying with your request. I sincerely wish you happiness, and judging from myself, am vain enough to believe it cannot be complete while separated from me. You say it is possible we may meet in the winter. I cannot on this occasion admit my too futile favorite hope. Remember how long the American government detained you before, and reflect if I have not reason to fear in answer to that part of your letter relative to your voyage. I am above deception, and will candidly own there is not anything on earth can afford me equal happiness to accompany you to whatever part of the globe the fates may destine you. Your friend Mr. Hall has just been to inquire when you were expected, and was so polite as to beg my acceptance of a toothpick case jointly with my sister's. I felt somewhat reluctant at receiving it, but not wishing to appear singular, have taken it. Adieu, and believe me with unceasing affection, your friend, Louisa C. Johnson. End of Louisa Catherine Johnson to John Quincy Adams, London, August 19th, 1796, by Louisa Catherine Johnson.
On the Advisableness of Improving Natural Knowledge, by Thomas Henry Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in September 2023. On the Advisableness of Improving Natural Knowledge, by Thomas Henry Huxley. Footnote: a lay sermon delivered in St. Martin's Hall on Sunday, January 7, 1866, and subsequently published in the Fortnightly Review. End footnote. This time, 200 years ago, in the beginning of January 1666, those of our forefathers who inhabited this great and ancient city took breath between the shocks of two fearful calamities, one not quite past, although its fury had abated, the other to come. Within a few yards of the very spot on which we are assembled, so the tradition runs, that painful and deadly malady, the plague, appeared in the latter months of 1664, and, though no new visitor, smote the people of England, and especially of her capital, with a violence unknown before, in the course of the following year. The hand of a master has pictured what happened in those dismal months, and in that truest of fictions, the history of the plague year, Defoe shows death, with every accompaniment of pain and terror, stalking through the narrow streets of old London, and changing their busy hum into a silence, broken only by the wailing of the mourners of 50,000 dead, by the woeful denunciations and mad prayers of fanatics, and by the madder yells of despairing profligates. But about this time in 1666, the death rate had sunk to nearly its ordinary amount, a case of plague occurred only here and there, and the richer citizens who had flown from the pest had returned to their dwellings. The remnant of the people began to toil at the accustomed round of duty, or of pleasure, and the stream of city life bid fair to flow back along its old bed with renewed and uninterrupted vigor. The newly kindled hope was deceitful. The great plague, indeed, returned no more, but what it had done for the Londoners, the great fire, which broke out in the autumn of 1666, did for London, and, in September of that year, a heap of ashes and the indestructible energy of the people were all that remained of the glory of 5/6 of the city within the walls. Our forefathers had their own ways of accounting for each of these calamities. They submitted to the plague in humility and in penitence, for they believed it to be the judgment of God. But towards the fire they were furiously indignant, interpreting it as the effect of the malice of man, as the work of the Republicans or of the Papists, according as their prepossessions ran in favour of loyalty or of Puritanism. It would, I fancy, have fared but ill with one who, standing where I now stand, in what was then a thickly peopled and fashionable part of London, should have broached to our ancestors the doctrine which I now propound to you, that all their hypotheses were alike wrong, that the plague was no more, in their sense, divine judgment, than the fire was the work of any political or of any religious sect, but that they were themselves the authors of both plague and fire, and that they must look to themselves to prevent the recurrence of calamities, to all appearance so peculiarly beyond the reach of human control, so evidently the result of the wrath of God, or of the craft and subtlety of an enemy. and one may picture to oneself how harmoniously the holy cursing of the Puritan of that day would have chimed in with the unholy cursing and the crackling wit of the Rochesters and Sedleys, and with the revilings of the political fanatics, if my imaginary plain dealer had gone on to say that, if the return of such misfortunes were ever rendered impossible, it would not be in virtue of the victory of the faith of Laud, or of that of Milton, and as little by the triumph of republicanism as by that of monarchy. But that the one thing needful for compassing this end was, that the people of England should second the effort of an insignificant corporation, the establishment of which, a few years before the epoch of the Great Plague and the Great Fire, had been as little noticed as they were conspicuous. Some 20 years before the outbreak of the plague, a few calm and thoughtful students banded themselves together for the purpose, as they phrased it, of improving natural knowledge. The ends they proposed to attain cannot be stated more clearly than in the words of one of the founders of the organization. Quote, "Our business was, precluding matters of theology and state affairs, to discourse and consider of philosophical inquiries, and such as related thereunto, as physic, anatomy, geometry, astronomy, navigation, statics, magnetics, chimics, mechanics, and natural experiments, with the state of these studies and their cultivation at home and abroad. We then discoursed of the circulation of the blood, the valves in the veins, the venae lactae, the lymphatic vessels, the Copernican hypothesis, the nature of comets and new stars, the satellites of Jupiter, the oval shape, as it then appeared, of Saturn, the spots on the sun and its turning on its own axis, the inequalities and selenography of the moon, the several phases of Venus and Mercury, the improvement of telescopes and grinding of glasses for that purpose, the weight of air, the possibility or impossibility of vacuities and nature's abhorrence thereof, the Torricellian experiment in quicksilver, the descent of heavy bodies and the degree of acceleration therein, with divers other things of like nature, some of which were then but new discoveries, and others not so generally known and embraced as now they are, with other things appertaining to what hath been called the new philosophy, which from the times of Galileo at Florence, and Sir Francis Bacon, Lord Verulam, in England, hath been much cultivated in Italy, France, Germany, and other parts abroad, as well as with us in England." End quote. The learned Dr. Wallace, writing in 1696, narrates in these words what happened half a century before, or about 1645. The associates met at Oxford, in the rooms of Dr. Wilkins, who was destined to become a bishop, and subsequently coming together in London, they attracted the notice of the king. And it is a strange evidence of the taste for knowledge, which the most obviously worthless of the Stuarts shared with his father and grandfather, that Charles II was not content with saying witty things about his philosophers, but did wise things with regard to them. For he not only bestowed upon them such attention as he could spare from his poodles and his mistresses, but being in his usual state of impecuniosity, begged for them of the Duke of Ormond, and, that step being without effect, gave them Chelsea College, a charter, and a mace, crowning his favours in the best way they could be crowned, by burdening them no further with royal patronage or state interference. Thus it was that the half-dozen young men, studious of the new philosophy, who met in one another's lodgings in Oxford or in London, in the middle of the 17th century, grew in numerical and in real strength, until, in the latter part, the Royal Society for the Improvement of Natural Knowledge had already become famous, and had acquired a claim upon the veneration of Englishmen, which it has ever since retained, as the principal focus of scientific activity in our islands, and the chief champion of the cause it was formed to support. It was by the aid of the Royal Society that Newton published his Principia. If all the books in the world except the Philosophical Transactions were destroyed, it is safe to say that the foundations of physical science would remain unshaken, and that the vast intellectual progress of the last 2 centuries would be largely, though incompletely, recorded. Nor have any signs of halting or of decrepitude manifested themselves in our own times. As in Dr. Wallace's days, so in these, our business is, precluding theology and state affairs, to discuss and consider of philosophical inquiries. But our mathematic is one which Newton would have to go to school to learn. Our statics, mechanics, magnetics, chimics, and natural experiments constitute a mass of physical and chemical knowledge, a glimpse at which would compensate Galileo for the doings of a score of inquisitorial cardinals. Our physic and anatomy have embraced such infinite varieties of being, have laid open such new worlds in time and space, have grappled, not unsuccessfully, with such complex problems, that the eyes of Vesalius and of Harvey might be dazzled by the sight of the tree that has grown out of their grain of mustard seed. The fact is perhaps rather too much than too little forced upon one's notice, nowadays, that all this marvelous intellectual growth has a no less wonderful expression in practical life, and that, in this respect, if in no other, the movement symbolized by the progress of the Royal Society stands without a parallel in the history of mankind. A series of volumes as bulky as the Transactions of the Royal Society might possibly be filled with the subtle speculations of the schoolmen. Not improbably, the obtaining a mastery over the products of medieval thought might necessitate an even greater expenditure of time and of energy than the acquirement of the new philosophy. But though such work engrossed the best intellects of Europe for a longer time than has elapsed since the Great Fire, his effects were writ in water, so far as our social state is concerned. On the other hand, if the noble first president of the Royal Society could revisit the upper air and once more gladden his eyes with a sight of the familiar mace, he would find himself in the midst of a material civilization more different from that of his day than that of the 17th was from that of the 1st century. And if Lord Brounker's native sagacity had not deserted his ghost, he would need no long reflection to discover that all these great ships, these railways, these telegraphs, these factories, these printing presses, without which the whole fabric of modern English society would collapse into a mass of stagnant and starving pauperism, that all these pillars of our state are but the ripples and the bubbles upon the surface of that great spiritual stream, the springs of which only he and his fellows were privileged to see, and seeing, to recognize as that which it behooved them above all things to keep pure and undefiled. It may not be too great a flight of imagination to conceive our noble revenant not forgetful of the great troubles of his own day, and anxious to know how often London had been burned down since his time, and how often the plague had carried off its thousands. He would have to learn that, although London contains tenfold the inflammable matter that it did in 1666, though, not content with filling our rooms with woodwork and light draperies, we must needs lead inflammable and explosive gases into every corner of our streets and houses, we never allow even a street to burn down. And if he asked how this had come about, we should have to explain that the improvement of natural knowledge has furnished us with dozens of machines for throwing water upon fires, any one of which would have furnished the ingenious Mr. Hooke, the first curator and experimenter of the Royal Society, with ample materials for discourse before half a dozen meetings of that body, and that, to say truth, except for the progress of natural knowledge, we should not have been able to make even the tools by which these machines are constructed. And, further, it would be necessary to add, that although severe fires sometimes occur and inflict great damage, the loss is very generally compensated by societies, the operations of which have been rendered possible only by the progress of natural knowledge in the direction of mathematics, and the accumulation of wealth in virtue of other natural knowledge. But the plague? My Lord Brounker's observation would not, I fear, lead him to think that Englishmen of the 19th century are purer in life, or more fervent in religious faith, than the generation which could produce a Boyle, an Evelyn, and a Milton. He might find the mud of society at the bottom, instead of at the top, but I fear that the sum total would be as deserving of swift judgment as at the time of the Restoration. And it would be our duty to explain once more, and this time not without shame, that we have no reason to believe that it is the improvement of our faith, nor that of our morals, which keeps the plague from our city, but again that it is the improvement of our natural knowledge. We have learned that pestilences will only take up their abode among those who have prepared unswept and ungarnished residences for them. Their cities must have narrow, unwatered streets, foul with accumulated garbage. Their houses must be ill-drained, ill-lighted, ill-ventilated. Their subjects must be ill-washed, ill-fed, ill-clothed. The London of 1665 was such a city. The cities of the East, where plague has an enduring dwelling, are such cities. We, in later times, have learned somewhat of nature, and partly obey her. Because of this partial improvement of our natural knowledge, and of that fractional obedience, we have no plague. Because that knowledge is still very imperfect, and that obedience yet incomplete, typhus is our companion, and cholera our visitor. But it is not presumptuous to express the belief that, when our knowledge is more complete, and our obedience the expression of our knowledge, London will count her centuries of freedom from typhus and cholera, as she now gratefully reckons her 200 years of ignorance of that plague which swooped upon her thrice in the first half of the 17th century. Surely there is nothing in these explanations which is not fully borne out by the facts. Surely the principles involved in them are now admitted among the fixed beliefs of all thinking men. Surely it is true that our countrymen are less subject to fire, famine, pestilence, and all the evils which result from a want of command over, and due anticipation of, the course of nature, than were the countrymen of Milton, and health, wealth, and well-being are more abundant with us than with them. But no less certainly is the difference due to the improvement of our knowledge of nature, and the extent to which that improved knowledge has been incorporated with the household words of men, and has supplied the springs of their daily actions. Granting for a moment, then, the truth of that which the depreciators of natural knowledge are so fond of urging, that its improvement can only add to the resources of our material civilization, admitting it to be possible that the founders of the Royal Society themselves looked for no other reward than this, I cannot confess that I was guilty of exaggeration when I hinted that to him who had the gift of distinguishing between prominent events and important events, the origin of a combined effort on the part of mankind to improve natural knowledge might have loomed larger than the plague and have outshone the glare of the fire, as a something fraught with a wealth of beneficence to mankind, in comparison with which the damage done by those ghastly evils would shrink into insignificance. It is very certain that for every victim slain by the plague, hundreds of mankind exist and find a fair share of happiness in the world by the aid of the spinning jenny. And the great fire, at its worst, could not have burned the supply of coal, the daily working of which, in the bowels of the earth, made possible by the steam pump, gives rise to an amount of wealth to which the millions lost in old London are but as an old song. But spinning jenny and steam pump are, after all, but toys, possessing an accidental value, and natural knowledge creates multitudes of more subtle contrivances, the praises of which do not happen to be sung because they are not directly convertible into instruments of creating wealth. When I contemplate natural knowledge squandering such gifts among men, the only appropriate comparison I can find for her is to liken her to such a peasant woman as one sees in the Alps, striding ever upward, heavily burdened, and with mind bent only on her home, but yet without effort and without thought, knitting for her children. Now, stockings are good and comfortable things, and the children will undoubtedly be much the better for them, but surely it would be short-sighted, to say the least of it, to depreciate this toiling mother as a mere stocking machine, a mere provider of physical comforts. However, there are blind leaders of the blind, and not a few of them, who take this view of natural knowledge and can see nothing in the bountiful mother of humanity but a sort of comfort-grinding machine. According to them, the improvement of natural knowledge always has been, and always must be, synonymous with no more than the improvement of the material resources and the increase of the gratification of men. Natural knowledge is, in their eyes, no real mother of mankind, bringing them up with kindness, and, if need be, with sternness, in the way they should go, and instructing them in all things needful for their welfare, but a sort of fairy godmother, ready to furnish her pets with shoes of swiftness, swords of sharpness, and omnipotent Aladdin's lamps, so that they may have telegraphs to Saturn, and see the other side of the moon, and thank God they are better than their benighted ancestors. If this talk were true, I, for one, should not greatly care to toil in the service of natural knowledge. I think I would just as soon be quietly chipping my own flint axe, after the manner of my forefathers a few thousand years back, as be troubled with the endless malady of thought which now infests us all, for such reward. But I venture to say that such views are contrary alike to reason and to fact. Those who discourse in such fashion seem to me to be so intent upon trying to see what is above nature, or what is behind her, that they are blind to what stares them in the face, in her. I should not venture to speak thus strongly if my justification were not to be found in the simplest and most obvious facts, if it needed more than an appeal to the most notorious truths to justify my assertion that the improvement of natural knowledge, whatever direction it has taken, and however low the aims of those who may have commenced it, has not only conferred practical benefits on men, but, in so doing, has effected a revolution in their conceptions of the universe and of themselves, and has profoundly altered their modes of thinking and their views of right and wrong. I say that natural knowledge, seeking to satisfy natural wants, has found the ideas which can alone still spiritual cravings. I weigh that natural knowledge, in desiring to ascertain the laws of comfort, has been driven to discover those of conduct, and to lay the foundations of a new morality. Let us take these points separately, and first, what great ideas has natural knowledge introduced into men's minds? I cannot but think that the foundations of all natural knowledge were laid when the reason of man first came face to face with the facts of nature, when the savage first learned that the fingers of one hand are fewer than those of both, that it is shorter to cross a stream than to head it, that a stone stops where it is unless it be moved, and that it drops from the hand which lets it go, that light and heat come and go with the sun, that sticks burn away to a fire, that plants and animals grow and die, that if he struck his fellow savage a blow he would make him angry, and perhaps get a blow in return, while if he offered him a fruit he would please him, and perhaps receive a fish in exchange. When men had acquired this much knowledge, the outlines, rude though they were, of mathematics, of physics, of chemistry, of biology, of moral, economical, and political science, were sketched. Nor did the germ of religion fail when science began to bud. Listen to words which, though new, are yet 3,000 years old. When in heaven the stars about the moon look beautiful, when all the winds are laid, and every height comes out, and jutting peak and valley and the immeasurable heavens break open to their highest, and all the stars shine, and the shepherd gladdens in his heart. If the half-savage Greek could share our feelings thus far, it is irrational to doubt that he went further, to find, as we do, that upon that brief gladness there follows a certain sorrow. The little light of awakened human intelligence shines so mere a spark amidst the abyss of the unknown and unknowable, seems so insufficient to do more than illuminate the imperfections that cannot be remedied, the aspirations that cannot be realized of man's own nature. But in this sadness, this consciousness of the limitation of man, this sense of an open secret which he cannot penetrate, lies the essence of all religion, and the attempt to embody it in the forms furnished by the intellect is the origin of the higher theologies. Thus it seems impossible to imagine but that the foundations of all knowledge, secular or sacred, were laid when intelligence dawned, though the superstructure remained for long ages so slight and feeble as to be compatible with the existence of almost any general view respecting the mode of governance of the universe. No doubt from the first there were certain phenomena which, to the rudest mind, presented a constancy of occurrence, and suggested that a fixed order ruled, at any rate, among them. I doubt if the grossest of fetish worshippers ever imagined that a stone must have a god within it to make it fall, or that a fruit had a god within it to make it taste sweet. With regard to such matters as these, it is hardly questionable that mankind from the first took strictly positive and scientific views. But, with respect to all the less familiar occurrences which present themselves, uncultured man, no doubt, has always taken himself as the standard of comparison, as the centre and measure of the world, nor could he well avoid doing so. And finding that his apparently uncaused will has a powerful effect in giving rise to many occurrences, he naturally enough ascribed other and greater events to other and greater volitions, and came to look upon the world and all that therein is as the product of the volitions of persons like himself, but stronger, and capable of being appeased or angered, as he himself might be soothed or irritated. Through such conceptions of the plan and working of the universe, all mankind have passed or are passing. And we may now consider what has been the effect of the improvement of natural knowledge on the views of men who have reached this stage, and who have begun to cultivate natural knowledge with no desire but that of increasing God's honor and bettering man's estate. For example, what could seem wiser, from a mere material point of view, more innocent, from a theological one, to an ancient people, than that they should learn the exact succession of the seasons as warnings for their husbandmen, or the position of the stars as guides to their rude navigators? But what has grown out of this search for natural knowledge of so merely useful a character? You all know the reply. Astronomy, which of all sciences has filled men's minds with general ideas of a character most foreign to their daily experience, and has, more than any other, rendered it impossible for them to accept the beliefs of their fathers. Astronomy, which tells them that this so vast and seemingly solid earth is but an atom among atoms, whirling no man knows whither, through illimitable space, which demonstrates that what we call the peaceful heaven above us is but that space, filled by an infinitely subtle matter whose particles are seething and surging like the waves of an angry sea, which opens up to us infinite regions where nothing is known or ever seems to have been known but matter and force, operating according to rigid rules, which leads us to contemplate phenomena the very nature of which demonstrates that they must have had a beginning and that they must have an end, but the very nature of which also proves that the beginning was, to our conceptions of time, infinitely remote, and that the end is as immeasurably distant. But it is not alone those who pursue astronomy who ask for bread and receive ideas. What more harmless than the attempt to lift and distribute water by pumping it? What more absolutely and grossly utilitarian? But out of pumps grew the discussions about nature's abhorrence of a vacuum, and then it was discovered that nature does not abhor a vacuum, but that air has weight, and that notion paved the way for the doctrine that all matter has weight, and that the force which produces weight is coextensive with the universe. In short, to the theory of universal gravitation and endless force. While learning how to handle gases led to the discovery of oxygen and to modern chemistry, and to the notion of the indestructibility of matter. Again, what simpler or more absolutely practical than the attempt to keep the axle of a wheel from heating when the wheel turns round very fast? How useful for carters and gig drivers to know something about this! And how good were it if any ingenious person would find out the cause of such phenomena, and thence educe a general remedy for them. Such an ingenious person was Count Rumford, and he and his successors have landed us in the theory of the persistence, or indestructibility, of force. And in the infinitely minute, as in the infinitely great, the seekers after natural knowledge, of the kinds called physical and chemical, have everywhere found a definite order and succession of events which seem never to be infringed. And how has it fared with physics and anatomy? Have the anatomists, the physiologists, or the physician, whose business it has been to devote themselves assiduously to that eminently practical and direct end, the alleviation of the sufferings of mankind, have they been able to confine their vision more absolutely to the strictly useful? I fear they are the worst offenders of all. For if the astronomer has set before us the infinite magnitude of space, and the practical eternity of the duration of the universe, if the physical and chemical philosophers have demonstrated the infinite minuteness of its constituent parts, and the practical eternity of matter and of force, and if both have alike proclaimed the universality of a definite and predictable order and succession of events, the workers in biology have not only accepted all these, but have added more startling theses of their own. For, as the astronomers discover in the earth no center of the universe but an eccentric speck, so the naturalists find man to be no center of the living world, but one amidst endless modifications of life. And as the astronomer observes the mark of practically endless time set upon the arrangements of the solar system, so the student of life finds the records of ancient forms of existence peopling the world for ages, which, in relation to human experience, are infinite. Furthermore, the physiologist finds life to be as dependent for its manifestation on particular molecular arrangements as any physical or chemical phenomenon, and, whenever he extends his researches, fixed order and unchanging causation reveal themselves, as plainly as in the rest of nature. Nor can I find that any other fate has awaited the germ of religion. Arising, like all other kinds of knowledge, and out of the action and interaction of man's mind with that which is not man's mind, it has taken the intellectual coverings of fetishism or polytheism, of theism or atheism, of superstition or rationalism. With these, and their relative merits and demerits, I have nothing to do. But this it is needful for my purpose to say, that if the religion of the present differs from that of the past, it is because the theology of the present has become more scientific than that of the past, because it has not only renounced idols of wood and idols of stone, but begins to see the necessity of breaking in pieces the idols built up of books and traditions and fine-spun ecclesiastical cobwebs, and of cherishing the noblest and most human of man's emotions by worship, for the most part of the silent sort, at the altar of the unknown and unknowable. such are a few of the new conceptions implanted in our minds by the improvement of natural knowledge. Men have acquired the ideas of the practically infinite extent of the universe and of its practical eternity. They are familiar with the conception that our earth is but an infinitesimal fragment of that part of the universe which can be seen, and that, nevertheless, its duration is, as compared with our standards of time, infinite. They have further acquired the idea that man is but one of innumerable forms of life now existing in the globe, and that the present existences are but the last of an immeasurable series of predecessors. Moreover, every step they have made in natural knowledge has tended to extend and rivet in their minds the conception of a definite order of the universe, which is embodied in what are called, by an unhappy metaphor, the laws of nature, and to narrow the range and loosen the force of men's belief in spontaneity, or in changes other than such as arise out of that definite order itself. Whether these ideas are well or ill-founded is not the question. No one can deny that they exist, and have been the inevitable outgrowth of the improvement of natural knowledge. And if so, it cannot be doubted that they are changing the form of men's most cherished and most important convictions. And as regards the second point, the extent to which the improvement of natural knowledge has remodeled and altered what may be termed the intellectual ethics of men, what are among the moral convictions most fondly held by barbarous and semi-barbarous people? They are the convictions that authority is the soundest basis of belief, that merit attaches to a readiness to believe, that the doubting disposition is a bad one and skepticism a sin, that when good authority has pronounced what is to be believed, and faith has accepted it, reason has no further duty. There are many excellent persons who yet hold by these principles, and it is not my present business, or intention, to discuss their views. All I wish to bring clearly before your minds is the unquestionable fact that the improvement of natural knowledge is effected by methods which directly give the lie to all these convictions and assume the exact reverse of each to be true. The improver of natural knowledge absolutely refuses to acknowledge authority as such. For him, skepticism is the highest of duties, blind faith the one unpardonable sin. And it cannot be otherwise, for every great advance in natural knowledge has involved the absolute rejection of authority, the cherishing of the keenest skepticism, the annihilation of the spirit of blind faith. And the most ardent votary of science holds his firmest convictions, not because the men he most venerates hold them, not because their verity is testified by portents and wonders, but because his experience teaches him that whenever he chooses to bring these convictions into contact with their primary source, nature, whenever he thinks fit to test them by appealing to experiment and to observation, nature will confirm them. The man of science has learned to believe in justification, not by faith, but by verification. Thus, without for a moment pretending to despise the practical results of the improvement of natural knowledge and its beneficial influence on material civilization, it must, I think, be admitted that the great ideas, some of which I have indicated, and the ethical spirit which I have endeavored to sketch in the few moments which remained at my disposal, constitute the real and permanent significance of natural knowledge. If these ideas be destined, as I believe they are, to be more and more firmly established as the world grows older, if that spirit be fated, as I believe it is, to extend itself into all departments of human thought and to become coextensive with the range of knowledge, if, as our race approaches its maturity, it discovers, as I believe it will, that there is but one kind of knowledge and but one method of acquiring it, then we, who are still children, may justly feel it our highest duty to recognize the advisableness of improving natural knowledge, and so to aid ourselves and our successors in their course towards the noble goal which lies before mankind. End of on the Advisableness of Improving Natural Knowledge by Thomas Henry Huxley.
Reflections on Writing from Literary Lapses by Stephen Leacock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Reflections on Writing by Stephen Leacock. The writing of this paper has been inspired by a debate recently held at the Literary Society of my native town on the question, resolved, that the bicycle is a nobler animal than the horse. In order to speak for the negative with proper authority, I have spent some weeks in completely addicting myself to the use of the horse. I find that the difference between the horse and the bicycle is greater than I supposed. A horse is entirely covered with hair. The bicycle is not entirely covered with hair, except the '89 model they use in Idaho. In riding a horse, the performer finds that the pedals in which he puts his feet will not allow for a good circular stroke. He will observe, however, that there is a saddle in which, especially while the horse is trotting, he is expected to seat himself from time to time. But it is simpler to ride standing up, with the feet in the pedals. There are no handles to a horse, but the 1910 model has a string on each side of its face for turning its head when there is anything you want it to see. Coasting on a good horse is superb, but should be under control. I have known a horse to suddenly begin to coast with me about 2 miles from home, coast down the main street of my native town at a terrific rate, and finally coast through a platoon of Salvation Army into its livery stable. I cannot honestly deny that it takes a good deal of physical courage to ride a horse. This, however, I have. I get it at about 40 cents a flask, and take it as required. I find that in riding a horse up a long street of a country town, it is not well to proceed at a trot. It excites unkindly comment. It is better to let the horse walk the whole distance. This may be made to seem natural by turning half around in the saddle with the hand on the horse's back and gazing intently about 2 miles up the road. It then appears that you are the first in of about 14 men. Since learning to ride, I have taken to noticing the things people do on horseback in books. Some of these I can manage, but most of them are entirely beyond me. Here, for instance, is a form of equestrian performance that every reader will recognize, and for which I have only a despairing admiration. With a hasty gesture of farewell, the rider sets spurs to his horse and disappears in a cloud of dust. With a little practice in the matter of adjustment, I think I could set spurs to any size of horse, but I could never disappear in a cloud of dust, at least not with any guarantee of remaining disappeared when the dust clears away. Here, however, is one thing that I certainly can do. The bridle rein dropped from Lord Everard's listless hand, and with his head bowed upon his bosom, he suffered his horse to move at a foot's pace up the sombre avenue. Deep in thought, he heeded not the movement of the steed which bore him. That is, he looked as if he didn't, but in my case Lord Everard has his eye on the steed pretty closely, just the same. This next I am doubtful about. To horse, cried the knight, and leapt into the saddle. I think I could manage it if it read, "To horse!" cried the knight, and snatching a step-ladder from the hands of his trusty attendant, he rushed into the saddle. As a concluding remark, I may mention that my experience of riding has thrown a very interesting sidelight upon a rather puzzling point in history. It is recorded of the famous Henry II that he was almost constantly in the saddle, and of so restless a disposition that he never sat down, even at meals. I had hitherto been unable to understand Henry's idea about his meals, but I think I can appreciate it now. The end of Reflections on Writing by Stephen Leacock.
Remembering the November 1913 White Hurricane, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Storms along the Great Lakes have haunted sailors for more than a century, and in fact served as one of the motivating factors for the creation of a National Weather Service when in 1869 Representative Halbert E. Payne of Wisconsin introduced a bill that called for the establishment of a Weather Warning Service under the Secretary of War. From the storms of the 1860s to the fierce November witch that sank the Edmund Fitzgerald in 1975, one Great Lakes storm stands out as the deadliest. Nicknamed the White Hurricane, this major winter storm struck the Great Lakes on November 7th through the 10th, 1913, resulting in a dozen major shipwrecks with an estimated 250 lives lost. It remains the largest inland maritime disaster in terms of number of ships lost in U.S. history. This historic storm system brought blizzard conditions with hurricane-force winds to the Great Lakes. The unique and powerful nature of the storm caught even the most seasoned captain by surprise as two low-pressure centers merged and rapidly intensified over Lake Huron, with periods of storm-force winds occurring over a 4-day period. Vessels at the time withstood 90-mile-per-hour winds and 35-foot waves. But it was the whiteout conditions and accumulation of ice on the ships that turned an already dangerous situation into a deadly one, as ship captains were unable to maintain navigation. Maritime travel on the Great Lakes can become hazardous quickly, especially when the infamous November gales blow. In 1913, Weather Bureau forecasters would send gale warnings via telegraph to more than 100 stations along the Great Lakes shores, where volunteers would display flags and lanterns to warn sailors of deteriorating conditions. These warnings were typically hoisted 12 to 24 hours in advance of a storm. For sailors leaving port, there was no means of knowing the character of an approaching storm, and vessels beyond the sight of land were unable to obtain any information. In the case of the White Hurricane, Weather Bureau forecasters issued gale warnings on November 7. However, even the forecasters were caught by surprise by the strength and longevity of the powerful storm. At the time, weather forecasters did not have the luxury of computer models, nor the detailed surface and upper air observations, weather satellites, or radar needed to make the most accurate predictions. Had forecasters then been privy to today's upper air and land and satellite-based observing systems, they may have been able to determine the likely development of this type of storm system well in advance, as they did with Superstorm Sandy in 2012. As part of the forecast for Sandy, National Weather Service marine forecasters were able to predict storm-force winds over the lower Great Lakes 5 days in advance. The great technology and forecast models available to forecasters today led to a more accurate forecast which saved mariners, recreational boaters, and businesses countless dollars as they were able to make preparations in advance of Sandy's storm-force winds and near 20-foot waves. 100 years later, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in the Great Lakes is commemorating the storm of 1913, not only for the pivotal role it played in the history of the Great Lakes, but also for its enduring influence. Modern systems of shipping communication, weather prediction, and storm preparedness have all been fundamentally shaped by the events of November 1913. NOAA has created a centennial anniversary website to remember the events of 1913, and highlight NOAA's advances in technology and services. Using historic Weather Bureau documents combined with information from the 20th Century Reanalysis Project provided by NOAA's Physical Sciences Division, meteorologists at the National Weather Service Detroit, led by Science and Operations Officer Dr. Greg Mann, were able to produce a model simulation of the White Hurricane over the Great Lakes. Through this simulated storm forecast, one can approximate what the wave and wind conditions were during the storm's peak. The results and analysis of the simulation are available in a special presentation produced by the National Weather Service, Detroit. Quote, "The storm of 1913 was one of the deadliest maritime weather disasters in North American history," unquote, said meteorologist in charge Richard Wagenmaker of NWS Detroit. Quote, "Doing a unique numerical model retrospective allows incredible insights, never before possible, into what happened to some of the largest and newest ships in the Great Lakes fleet during that storm 100 years ago," unquote. The simulation captured wind gusts over 80 miles per hour and frequent waves to 36 feet on southern and western Lake Huron on the evening of November 9, 1913, a 6-hour period during which 8 ships and 187 lives were lost. Quote, "The simulation appeared amazingly accurate considering limited observations for model initial conditions," unquote, Wagenmaker noted. NOAA plays a major role of protecting maritime relics of the past, including many of the ships lost in 1913 that have remained preserved deep below the surface of the Great Lakes. NOAA's Thunder Bay National Marine Sanctuary is a 48-square-mile area of protected territory with one of America's best preserved and nationally significant collections of shipwrecks. Located in northwestern Lake Huron, Thunder Bay is adjacent to one of the most treacherous stretches of water within the Great Lakes system. Unpredictable weather, murky fog banks, sudden gales, and rocky shoals earned the area the name Shipwreck Alley. To date, more than 50 shipwrecks have been discovered within the sanctuary, including the Isaac M. Scott, a 504-foot steel freighter lost in the storm of 1913. The vessels and businesses that operate along the Great Lakes contribute a large piece to the nation's economy. The November 7 through 10, 1913 storm produced an estimated $6 million in damages, equivalent to $117 million today. The more devastating cost of the storm was the estimated loss of more than 250 sailors. Over the past century, NOAA has strived to make the Great Lakes safer and more productive by providing services that protect, monitor, and predict the maritime environment. NOAA's effort to preserve and understand our Great Lakes is not only vital to the region, but to the nation as a whole. End of Remembering the November 13th White Hurricane by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
Seven Pillars of Wisdom, A Triumph by T.E. Lawrence. These synopses are excerpted from the 1926 edition of Seven Pillars of Wisdom, A Triumph by T.E. Lawrence, printed by M. Pike with the assistance of H.J. Hodgson, London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction. The Foundations of Arab Revolt. Some Englishmen, of whom Kitchener was chief, believed that a rebellion of Arabs against Turks would enable England, while fighting Germany, simultaneously to defeat her ally Turkey. Their knowledge of the nature and power and country of the Arabic-speaking peoples made them think that the issue of such a rebellion would be happy, and indicated its character and method. So they allowed it to begin, having obtained formal assurances of help for it from the British government. Yet nonetheless, the rebellion of the Sharif of Mecca came to most as a surprise and found the Allies unready. It aroused mixed feelings and made strong friends and enemies, amid whose clashing jealousies its affairs began to miscarry. Book 1. My First Visit to Arabia. I had believed these misfortunes of the revolt to be due to faulty leadership, or rather to the lack of leadership, Arab and English. So I went down to Arabia to see and consider its great men. The first, the Sharif of Mecca, we knew to be aged. I found Abdullah too clever, Ali too clean, Zaid too cool. Then I rode up country to Faisal, and found in him the leader with the necessary fire, and yet with reason to give effect to our science. His tribesmen seemed sufficient instrument, and his hills to provide natural advantage. So I returned confidently to Egypt and told my chiefs how Mecca was defended not by Rabeg, but by Faisal in Jebel Sub. Book 2, Faisal's first extension, northward. My chiefs were astonished at such favorable news, but promised help, and meanwhile sent me back, much against my will, into Arabia. I reached Faisal's camp on the day the Turks carried the defenses of Jebel Sub. By their so doing, the entire basis of my confidence in a tribal war was destroyed. We hovered for a while by Yembo, hoping to retrieve the position. But the tribesmen proved to be useless for assault, and we saw that if the revolt was to endure, we must invent a new plan of campaign at once. This was hazardous, as the promised British military experts had not yet arrived. However, we decided that to regain the initiative, we must ignore the main body of the enemy and concentrate far off on his railway flank. The first step toward this was to move our base to Wej, which we proceeded to do in the grand manner. Book 3, Concentrating Against the Medina Railway. Our taking Wej had the wished effect upon the Turks, who abandoned their advance toward Mecca for a passive defense of Medina and its railway. Our experts made plans for attacking them. The Germans saw the danger of envelopment and persuaded Enver to order the instant evacuation of Medina. Sir Archibald Murray begged us to put in such a sustained attack as should destroy the retreating enemy. Faisal was soon ready in his part, and I went off to Abdullah to get his cooperation. On the way I fell sick, and while lying alone with empty hands was driven to think about the campaign. Thinking convinced me that recent practice had been better than our theory, so on recovery I did little to the railway but went back to Wej with novel ideas. I tried to make the others admit them and adopt deployment as our ruling principle, and to put preaching even before fighting. They preferred the limited and direct military objective of Medina, so I decided to slip off to Aqaba by myself on test of my own theory. Book 4, The Expedition Against Aqaba. Sharif Nasir, Auda, and I set off together for Aqaba. Hitherto, Faisal had been the public leader, but his remaining in Wej threw the ungrateful load of this northern expedition upon myself. I accepted it and its dishonest implication as our only means of victory. We tricked the Turks and entered Aqaba with good fortune. Book 5, Exploiting the New Base. Our capture of Aqaba closed the Hejaz War and gave us the task of helping the British invade Syria. The Arabs working from Aqaba became virtual right wing of Allenby's army in Sinai. To mark the changed relation, Faisal was transferred, with his army, to Allenby's command. Allenby now became responsible for his operations and equipment. Meanwhile, we organized the Aqaba area as an unassailable base from which to hinder the Hejaz Railway. Book 6, The Failure of the Bridges. By November 1917, Allenby was ready to open a general attack against the Turks along his whole front. The Arabs should have done the same in their sector, but I was afraid to put everything on a throw, and designed instead the specious operation of cutting the Yarmouk Valley Railway to throw into disorder the expected Turkish retreat. This half-measure met with its due failure. Book 7, A Winter Campaign. After the capture of Jerusalem, Allenby, to relieve his right, assigned us a limited objective. We began well, but when we reached the Dead Sea, bad weather, bad temper, and division of purpose blunted our offensive spirit and broke up our force. I had a misunderstanding with Zaid, threw in my hand, and returned to Palestine reporting that we had failed, and asking the favor of other employment. Allenby was in the hopeful midst of a great scheme for the spring. He sent me back at once to Faisal with new powers. Book 8, Orthodoxy Arrives. In conjunction with Allenby, we laid a triple plan to join hands across Jordan, to capture Man, and to cut off Medina in one operation. This was too proud, and neither of us fulfilled his part. So the Arabs exchanged the care of the placid Medina Railway for the greater burden of investing in Man, a Turk force as big as their available regular army. To help in this duty, Allenby increased our transport, that we might have longer range and more mobility. Man was impregnable for us, so we concentrated on cutting its northern railway and diverting the Turkish effort to relieve its garrison from the Amman side. Clearly, no decision lay in such tactics. But the German advance in Flanders at this moment took from Allenby his British units and consequently his advantage over the Turks. He notified us that he was unable to attack. A stalemate, as we were, throughout 1918 was an intolerable prospect. We schemed to strengthen the Arab army for autumn operations near Deraa and in the Beni Sakr country. If this drew off one division from the enemy in Palestine, it would make possible a British ancillary attack, one of whose ends would be our junction in the lower Jordan Valley, by Jericho. After a month's preparation, this plan was dropped, because of its risk and because a better offered. Book 9, Maneuvering for a Final Stroke. Allenby, in rapid embodiment of reliefs from Mesopotamia and India, so surpassed hope that he was able to plan an autumn offensive. The near balance of the forces on each side meant that victory would depend on his subtly deceiving the Turks that their entire danger yet lay beyond the Jordan. We might help by lying quiet for 6 weeks, feigning a feebleness which should tempt the Turks to attack. The Arabs were then to lead off at the critical moment by cutting the railway communications of Palestine. Such bluff within bluff called for most accurate timing, since the balance would have been wrecked either by a premature Turkish retreat in Palestine or by their premature attack against the Arabs beyond Jordan. We borrowed from Allenby some Imperial Camel Corps to lend extra color to our supposed critical situation. Their success glorified them and covered us, while preparations for Deraa went on with no more check than an untimely show of pique from King Hussein. Book 10, The Liberation of Damascus. Our mobile column of airplanes, armored cars, Arab regulars, and Bedouin collected at Azraq to cut the 3 railways out of Deraa. The southern line we cut near Mafraq, the northern at Arar, the western by Mezarib. We circumnavigated Deraa and rallied despite air raids in the desert. Next day, Allenby attacked and in a few hours had scattered the Turkish armies beyond recovery. I flew to Palestine for airplane help and got orders for a second phase of the thrust northward. We moved behind Deraa to hasten its abandonment. General Barrow joined us. In his company we advanced to Kiswi and there met the Australian Mounted Corps. The united forces entered Damascus unopposed. Some confusion manifested itself in the city. We strove to allay it. Allenby arrived and smoothed out all difficulties. Afterwards, he let me go. Epilogue. Damascus had not seemed a sheath for my sword when I landed in Arabia, but its capture disclosed the exhaustion of my mainsprings of action. The strongest motive throughout had been a personal one, not mentioned here, but present to me, I think, every hour of these 2 years. Active pains and joys might fling up like towers among my days, but refluent as air, this hidden urge reformed to be the persisting element of life till near the end. It was dead before we reached Damascus. Next in force had been a pugnacious wish to win the war, yoked to the conviction that without Arab help England could not pay the price of winning its Turkish sector. When Damascus fell, the Eastern War, probably the whole war, drew to an end. Then I was moved by curiosity. Superflumina Babylonis, read as a boy, had left me longing to feel myself the node of a national movement. We took Damascus, and I feared. More than 3 arbitrary days would have quickened in me a root of authority. There remained historical ambition, insubstantial as a motive by itself. I had dreamed at the city school in Oxford of hustling into form while I lived the new Asia which time was inexorably bringing upon us. Mecca was to lead to Damascus, Damascus to Anatolia, and afterwards to Baghdad. and then there was Yemen. Fantasies these will seem, to such as are able to call my beginning an ordinary effort. End of 7 Pillars of Wisdom, A Triumph by T.E. Lawrence. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Excerpted from the 1926 edition of 7 Pillars of Wisdom, A Triumph by T.E. Lawrence, printed by M. Pike with the assistance of H.J. Hodgson, London.
The Story of Creation, from the Children's Bible, by Charles Foster Kent and Henry A. Sherman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Creation. In the beginning, God made the heavens and the earth. And while the earth was still unformed, God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And God saw that the light was good. Then God separated the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness night. And there was an evening and a morning, making the first day. And God said, "Let there be a sky, and let it divide the waters that are below from the waters that are above the sky." And it was done. And God called the sky the heavens, and there was an evening and a morning, making the second day. And God said, "Let the waters under the heavens be brought together, and let the dry land appear." And it was done. And God called the dry land earth, and the waters that were brought together seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let plants and trees grow from the earth." And it was done. And plants and trees grew from the earth, each plant bringing forth its own kind of seed, and each tree its own kind of fruit. And God saw that it was good. And there was an evening and a morning, making the third day. And God said, "Let there be lights in the heavens, to separate the night from the day. Let them be signs to mark the seasons, the days and the years. Let them be lights in the heavens to light the earth." And it was done. God made the 2 great lights, the sun and the moon, the greater to rule the day, and the lesser to rule the night. God made the stars also, and placed them in the heavens to throw light upon the earth. And God saw that it was good. And there was an evening and a morning, making the 4th day. And God said, "Let the waters bring forth many living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth and in the sky." And God made large sea monsters, and all kinds of living creatures, with which the waters abound, and all kinds of birds. And God saw that it was good. And he blessed them, saying, "Increase and fill the waters in the sea, and let the birds increase on the earth." And there was an evening and a morning, making the 5th day. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth all kinds of living creatures, cattle and creeping things and wild beasts." And it was done. So God made all the different kinds of wild beasts, and the cattle, and everything that crawls upon the ground. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let us make man like ourselves. Let him rule over the fish in the sea, the birds of the sky, the cattle, the wild beasts, and all the living things that crawl upon the ground." And God made man like himself. Like God he made him. He made them male and female. And God blessed them, and said to them, "Have children, increase, live all over the earth, and conquer it. Rule over the fish of the sea, the birds of the sky, and over every living thing that crawls upon the ground." And God said, "See, to you I give every plant which grows on all the earth, and every tree which bears fruit with its own kind of seed. It shall be food for you. And to every wild beast, and to every bird of the sky, and to everything that crawls on the earth and is alive, I give every green herb of food." And it was done. And when God saw everything he had made, he saw that it was very good. And there was an evening and a morning, making the 6th day. And the heavens and the earth were finished, and all that there was in them. And on the seventh day, when God had finished the work which he had done, he rested from all his work. And God blessed the seventh day, and made it holy, for in it he rested from all the work which he had done. End of the Story of Creation. From the Children's Bible, by Charles Foster Kent and Henry A. Sherman. Read by Norah Nelson.
The Two Husbands by Carolyn Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Two Husbands by Carolyn Wells. Once upon a time there were two men, each of whom married a woman of his choice. One man devoted all his energies to getting rich. He was so absorbed in acquiring wealth that he worked night and day to accomplish his end. By this means he lost his health, he became a nervous wreck, and was so irritable and irascible that his wife ceased to live with him and returned to her parents' house. The other man made no effort to earn money, and after he had spent his own and his wife's fortunes, poverty stared them in the face. Although his wife loved him fondly, she could not continue her affection toward one who could not support her, so she left him and returned to her childhood's home. Moral: this fable teaches that the love of money is the root of all evil, and that when poverty comes in at the door, love flies out of the window. The end of The Two Husbands by Carolyn Wells.
The Willow Pattern by Mrs. Willoughby Hodgson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The admirers and collectors of earthenware and porcelain decorated with the Willow Pattern are so numerous that it seems to me my book would not be complete without a chapter devoted to a subject so picturesque both in history and design. The poem and story of the Willow Pattern were taught to me in childhood by my grandmother, who was born in Staffordshire in 1800, and was a great authority on matters connected with the potteries in her youth. Who has not heard the fascinating little poem? Two pigeons flying high, Chinese vessel sailing by, weeping willow hanging o'er bridge with 3 men, if not 4. Chinese temple, there it stands, seems to cover all the land. Apple tree with apples on, a pretty fence to end my song. There are, I believe, several versions of the rhyme, but this is the form in which it was taught me by my grandmother, and never shall I forget the pride with which I recited it to a group of admiring brothers and sisters, and pointed out to them the story on the plate she gave me. Nor is the little poem the only story connected with the Willow Pattern. Tradition ascribes the scenes depicted to incidents in the love story of a beautiful Chinese maiden. Kung Shi was the daughter of a wealthy mandarin, and loved Chang, her father's secretary. The mandarin, who wished his daughter to marry a wealthy suitor, forbade the marriage, and shut his daughter up in an apartment on the terrace of the house, which is seen in the pattern to the left of the temple. From her prison, Kung Shi watched the willow tree blossom, and wrote poems in which she expressed her ardent longings to be free ere the peach bloomed. Chang managed to communicate with her by means of a writing enclosed in a small coconut shell, which was attached to a tiny sail. And Kung Shi replied in these words, scratched on an ivory tablet: "Do not wise husbandmen gather the fruits they fear will be stolen," and sent them in a boat to her lover. Chang, by means of a disguise, entered the mandarin's garden and succeeded in carrying off Kung Shi. The three figures on the bridge represent Kung Shi with a distaff, Chang carrying a box of jewels, and the mandarin following with a whip. The lovers escaped and lived happily ever after in Chang's house on a distant island, until, after many years, the outraged wealthy suitor found them out and burnt their home, when, from the ashes of the bamboo grove, their twin spirits rose, phoenix-like, in the form of two doves. The original English rendering of the Willow Pattern was designed and engraved by Thomas Minton for Thomas Turner of Cockley in 1780, and specimens are generally marked with a crescent in blue under glaze filled in, the letter C in various forms, and the letter S, sometimes associated with a small cross or cross swords. All these are in underglazed blue and are very roughly drawn. There are three names associated with this factory, namely Turner, who was the maker; Cockley, because the original owner of the works lived at Cockley Hall; and Salopian, because the town was in the county of Salop. Both earthenware and porcelain were made by Turner, but the specimens illustrated on plate 29, which are porcelain, have a different rendering of the pattern from that which was first engraved by Minton, and it is well to bear in mind that the earliest pattern was the one which illustrated the poem and story. For this reason, the Cockley-Turner pattern is generally called the Story Pattern, to distinguish it from other renderings of the Willow Pattern. Thomas Minton was the great-grandfather of the present Thomas Minton, and founder of the Minton factory, where the Willow Pattern has always been and is still being made. Copper plates were engraved by Minton and sold to many factories, but there were slight differences in all of them, and this is one of the reasons why a study of this kind of ware is so interesting. The patterns of fences differ. There are more apples in some than in others, and whereas in the original design there were 5 kinds of trees, on others there are often only 3 or 4. In addition to the story or first pattern, there are other willow pattern designs, all oriental and all equally interesting. Some have 1 man, some 2 men on the bridge, and all of them have a willow in a prominent position. These patterns, copied from porcelain, which was so largely imported from China at that time, were engraved between 1780 and 1790 by Minton and his assistants. One of the first of the designs was the pagoda, or second period pattern, made for Josiah Spode. In this design, the temple or pagoda is to the left, and on the bridge which connects the gardens with a bank on the right are 2 men. On the bank to the right may be seen a peach tree and an apple tree. Behind the temple is a wall, with trees behind it and between it and the temple. The fence is shorter than the one in the first design, and has what is known as the swastika fret. A conventional border used with this design is the butterfly border. It seems to have been arranged by first drawing a butterfly as nature made it, and then, by use of petals and fish roe motifs, conventionalised. Between the butterflies and separating them is the sceptre, or dew-e, made up of curved lines which are filled in with trellis pattern. The lattice pattern on the rise of the plate is also somewhat different from the Cockley design. A butterfly design which differs slightly from the last is the curl and butterfly border, and still another, also engraved by Minton for Spode, is the dagger border. This is exactly like a Nankin plate in my possession, with little daggers forming a second row round the rim. The third Willow Pattern period dates from 1800 to 1830, during which time most English factories, and several continental ones, made use of it in various forms, and during this time it was not unusual to find specimens marked with the Staffordshire knot, this device being also used on the top of covers in place of or round the knob. Following the prevailing fashion, Wedgwood used the willow pattern. Pieces marked Wedgwood and bearing this decoration are to be met with. The pattern is a faithful copy of the Cockley pattern, except in two particulars, namely, the fret of the fence and the number of apples on the tree, Wedgwood's plate having 34 and the dishes more. Davenport plates have 25 apples, and there is a difference in the fret pattern in the rise of the plate. The Adams plate has 32 apples, and on the dishes will be found 50 apples. The edges of plates and dishes are sometimes plain and sometimes indented. The fence is like the Cockley one, but the pattern in the rise is squarer than the former. Spode copied the Story or Cockley pattern, in addition to the other designs engraved for him, and on his plate will be found 32 apples, the 5 trees, namely the willow, peach, plum, fir, and the tree with dark circles. The fence, however, is more intricate. Clews, who also used the pattern, followed the Cockley lines, but there are 34 apples on his tree. There are other renderings of the willow pattern, all of them more or less alike, but with slight differences in detail, a study of which will materially add to the collector's interest in his collection. The Swansea willow pattern was transfer printed in dark and light blue, also in black and brown. In addition to the larger pieces generally met with, such as dishes, plates and tea sets, many small and dainty specimens were made, such as leaf dishes with the pattern on the inside, the edges dentated and the outside veined like a leaf. Soup and sauce ladles, and also pretty little pickle dishes, are still to be picked up at a moderate price. End of The Willow Pattern by Mrs. Willoughby Hodgson.
Wreck of a Slave Ship by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wreck of a Slave Ship. The following extract of a letter from Philadelphia, dated November 11th, 1762, gives an account of the melancholy disaster that befell the Phoenix, Captain Macaire, in latitude 37 degrees north and longitude 72 degrees west from London, bound to Potomac in Maryland, from the coast of Africa, with 332 slaves on board. On Wednesday, the 20th of October, 1762, at 6 o'clock in the evening, came on a most violent gale of wind at south, with thunder and lightning, the sea running very high, when the ship sprang a leak, and we were obliged to lie to under bare poles. The water gained on us with both pumps constantly working. 10 p.m. endeavoured to put the ship before the wind to no purpose. At 12, the sand ballast having choked our pumps, and there being 7 feet water in the hold, all the casks afloat, and the ballast shifted to leeward, cut away the rigging of the main and mizzenmasts, both of which went instantly close by the deck, and immediately after the foremast was carried away about 20 feet above. Hove overboard all our guns, upon which the ship righted a little. We were then under a necessity of letting all our slaves out of irons to assist in pumping and bailing. Thursday morning being moderate, having gained about 3 feet on the ship, we found every cask in the hold stove to pieces, so that we only saved a barrel of flour, 10 pounds of bread, 25 gallons of wine, beer, and shrub, and 25 gallons of spirits. The seamen and slaves were employed all this day in pumping and bailing. The pumps were frequently choked, and brought up great quantities of sand. We were obliged to hoist one of the pumps up, and put it down the quarter-deck hatchway. A ship this day bore down upon us, and though very near, and we making every signal of distress, she would not speak to us. On Friday, the men-slaves, being very sullen and unruly, having had no sustenance of any kind for 48 hours except a drum, we put 1/2 of the strongest of them in irons. On Saturday and Sunday, all hands night and day could scarce keep the ship clear, and were constantly under arms. On Monday morning, many of the slaves had got out of irons and were attempting to break up the gratings, and the seamen not daring to go down in the hold to clear the pumps, we were obliged, for the preservation of our own lives, to kill 50 of the ringleaders and stoutest of them. It is impossible to describe the misery the poor slaves underwent, having had no fresh water for 5 days. Their dismal cries and shrieks and most frightful looks added a great deal to our misfortunes. 4 of them were found dead, and 1 drowned herself in the hold. This evening the water gained on us, and 3 seamen dropped down with fatigue and thirst, which could not be quenched, though wine, rum, and shrub were given them alternately. On Thursday morning the ship had gained during the night above a foot of water, and the seamen quite worn out, and many of them in despair. About 10 in the forenoon we saw a sail. About 2 she discovered us and bore down. At 5 spoke to us, being the King George of Londonderry, James Mackay, master. He immediately promised to take us on board, and hoisted out his yawl, it then blowing very fresh. The gale increasing prevented him from saving anything but the white people's lives, not even any of our clothes, or 1 slave, the boat being scarcely able to live in the sea the last trip she made. Captain Mackay and some gentlemen, passengers he had on board, treated us with kindness and humanity. End of A Wreck of a Slave Ship, read by Claudia Caldi.
The Younger Generation of American Genius by Scott Nearing. Published in the Scientific Monthly, January 1916, Volume 2, Number 1, pages 48 to 61. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. The Younger Generation of American Genius by Professor Scott Nearing, Toledo University. 1. The group under 45. A study of the first 10,000 American-born persons whose names appeared in Who's Who in America from 1912 to 13 showed beyond any reasonable question that up to that time New England had made a contribution of eminent Americans far out of proportion to her population. This fact held true for New England as a whole. Furthermore, the number of distinguished persons per 100,000 of population was larger in every New England state than in any other state in the Union. So decisive was the advantage of New England that Rhode Island, the New England state with the lowest proportion of distinguished persons per 100,000 of population, was 30%, above New York, the state which, outside of New England, had the highest proportion of distinguished persons per 100,000 of population. The 10,000 persons considered in the first study were for the most part well along in life. Only 1 in 100 was born since 1880. Only 14 in 100 were born since 1870. More than a quarter of the eminent persons were born before 1850, making them at least 62 years old. The table showed clearly enough that the advantage of New England over the other sections of the country decreased in later decades. Among the eminent persons born before 1850, 30% were born in New England, which in 1850 reported but 11.8% of the total population of the United States. Whereas for the decade 1880 to 89, the proportion of eminent persons born in New England was 12%, as compared with 7.5% of the population reported from that section. Certain critics insisted, "That proves the point. The position of New England as the mother of American genius is on the wane. Make a study of the group born since 1870, the people who are under 45, and you will see the difference." This is the study. During the first 3/4 of the 19th century, a number of distinguished men, out of all proportion to her population, was born in New England. Next to New England, the Middle Atlantic and the East North Central states had a considerable lead over the remainder of the country. Was this lead of the northeast section of the United States due to some special advantage that inherited in the race stock, the climate, the educational facilities, or some like features, or to the mere momentum of tradition and established prestige? Such a question cannot be answered categorically, but analysis of the younger group of distinguished Americans will show whether the tendencies noted in the previous study are so evidently casting laurel wreaths at the feet of New England. 2. The place of birth. New England cannot claim the same overshadowing position in the production of genius in the younger generation that so clearly belonged to her in the earlier decades. While her position is still good, it is far from commanding. The figures have been compiled first according to geographical area. The 2,000 distinguished persons are distributed over 9 groups of states. The largest number come from the Middle Atlantic states, the smallest from the Mountain states. Table 1 is displayed on the page. Number of percent of eminent persons born in the various geographical divisions of the United States, with the percent of the total population of the United States in each division in 1880. The real interest in Table 1 centers in the relation between the number of people living in a given geographical area and the group of distinguished men produced by this geographic area. Thus, New England, with 8% of the total population of the United States in 1880, produced 16% of the group of distinguished persons under consideration. The Middle Atlantic states, with 21% of the population, produced 25% of the distinguished persons. The East North Central states, with 24% of the distinguished persons, report only 22% of the population. The Pacific states, with 2.5% of distinguished persons, contain 2.3% of the population. These 4 sections produced a percentage of distinguished persons greater than the percentage of the total population living within their boundaries. The Mountain states show the same percentage of population and of distinguished persons. The West North Central states and all of the group of Southern states show a percentage of distinguished persons considerably less than the proportion of the population. A map of the United States drawn to represent the relation between population and the production of distinguished persons would show New England considerably in the lead, with a proportion of distinguished persons twice as great as a proportion of the population. The Middle Atlantic and the East North Central states, while producing a far lower proportion of distinguished persons than New England, produced a far higher number. These 3 groups of states combined are responsible for 2/3 of all the distinguished persons included in this study. The variation in individual states is considerable. The dominance of the New England states is still evident, though not so marked as it was in the study of 10,000 distinguished native-born persons from the volume of Who's Who for 1912-13. From that study it appeared that each one of the New England states individually reported a higher proportion of distinguished persons than any other state in the United States. This situation no longer exists with regard to the younger persons of distinction. Thus, while the number of distinguished persons per 100,000 population in 1880 was 3.9 for the United States, for Maine it was 4.8, New Hampshire 8.9, Vermont 5.4, Massachusetts 10.4, Rhode Island 8.3, Connecticut 6.6. Thus each of the New England states was ahead of the number for the entire country. At the same time, 3 states reported a higher number of distinguished persons per 100,000 population than the lowest New England state, Maine. These states were New York 5.8, California 5.1, Maryland 5.0, New Jersey reported the same number as Maine, namely 4.8. The fact remains that each of the New England states except Maine reports a higher number of distinguished persons than any other state in the United States, while Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island show a number of distinguished persons nearly twice as great as any other state in the United States. Another issue is raised when the problem of city environment is considered. The recent developments of city life incident to the growth of the modern industrial world have thrown increasing emphasis upon the necessity for shaping city requirements to meet human needs. There is a general supposition that the country boy has an advantage over the city boy. That this was not true in the earlier decades was shown very clearly. In the study of 10,000 distinguished Americans, the 27 cities which reported a population of more than 20,000 in 1850 contained approximately 1/8 of the population, but reported a quarter of the total eminent persons. The same thing is true of the distinguished persons born since 1869. Table 2 is displayed on the page. Number and percent of eminent persons born in cities having a population of 25,000 or over in 1870, together with the percent of the population living in those cities, 1870. Among the 2,000 distinguished persons under consideration, 640 or 32% were born in the 50 cities reporting a population of 25,000 and over in 1870. These cities in 1870 contained 5,723,496 persons, or 14.8% of the total population of the United States in 1870. In other words, the proportion of distinguished persons born in the latter decades is higher for city environment than appeared in the earlier decades. The records for individual cities compared with the records for the country at large are indeed remarkable. The number of distinguished persons per 100,000 population in certain of these cities was as follows. The fecundity of certain cities in distinguished persons is indeed surprising. Cambridge, with 47.5 per 100,000, is far in the lead. Nashville, the second city, with 34.9, again has a considerable advantage over Columbia, Ohio, 25.6, and Lynn, Massachusetts, 24.8. Washington falls in as city number 5, with a record of 20.2. After this point, the cities range themselves with some degree of equality. The cities which show the highest proportion of distinguished persons per population are not the large cities. Indeed, the large cities occupy a place of distinct inferiority in this respect. Throughout this table of individual cities, it is evident that no particular section occupies a position of importance. Thus, the leading city is in Massachusetts. The second most prominent city is in Tennessee. Most of the cities are, of course, taken from the northern tier of the country, because most of the cities of the country are in this tier. But the southern section, in proportion to the number of its cities, is well represented. Table 3 is displayed on the page. Number and proportion of distinguished persons born in certain cities. The proportion of eminent persons born in cities seem to be higher in the latter than in the earlier decade. Thus, in the decade from 1870 to 1879, 31.3% of the total distinguished persons were born in the cities, and in the next decade, 1880 to 1889, 36.5% were born in cities, while the only 2 persons born between 1890 and 1899, whose names appear in the Who's Who in America, were of city origin. The supremacy of the cities over the rural districts is well illustrated by a consideration of the relation existing between place of birth and occupation. It should be borne in mind that the 50 cities which reported a population of 25,000 or over in 1870 contained about 1/7 of the total population of the country in that year. The percent of city-born persons in certain occupations appears in the following table. Table 4 is displayed on the page. Number and percent of eminent persons classified by occupations who were born in cities. The clergymen report the smallest percentage of city origin, falling to 1/5. The highest proportion for actors and authors show more than 2/5 of city origin. Businessmen appear in almost the same class. 1/3 of the lawyers, journalists, and doctors are born in the city, while 1/4 of the educators, public office holders, and scientists are of city origin. In every occupation, with the exception of clergymen, the proportion of persons of city origin is far greater than the relation between city and rural population would seem to warrant. The younger generations of distinguished Americans were born in the north and east sections of the United States. Although the lead of New England is not so pronounced as it was in the earlier decades, it is still considerable. These persons were born in cities. The large cities of the United States, containing 1/7 of the population, produced 1/3 of the younger generation of distinguished Americans. The leaders of American life are still coming from a small area in the northeastern part of the United States, and particularly from the cities there. 3. The time of birth. Little can be said about the period of birth of the distinguished persons under consideration, because almost 9/10 of them were born between the decade between 1870 and 1879. Since the group under consideration must necessarily be less than 45 years of age, the earlier decade would naturally contain most of them. Table 5 is displayed on the page, number and percent of eminent persons who were born at certain periods. 4. Education. The chief advantage ascribed to New England by many of the cities of the previous study lay in her educational system. Although it was impossible to secure from the biographical records in Who's Who any satisfactory statement of the common school education, there was a very general record of college attendance. The figures showing college affiliation are significant. Table 6 is displayed on the page, College Affiliation of Eminent Persons. More than 3/4 of the younger generation of eminent persons are college graduates. The caption, No College Affiliation, may include certain persons who graduated from college but failed to state the fact when they made out their biographies. Almost 9/10 report some college affiliation. Among the younger group of distinguished Americans, a college education seems to be a recognized necessity. For a century, the New England and Middle Atlantic states were the home of colleges. Does the fact have any marked effect on the extent of college affiliation? The following table seems to answer the question in the negative. Table 7 is displayed on the page, College Affiliation of Distinguished Persons classified by geographical area. The percent of distinguished persons having no college affiliation does not vary greatly from one geographic area to the other. It is highest in the Middle Atlantic states and lowest in the South Central states. The figures for individual colleges are, however, significant, suggesting again that there is a certain carrying power in vested culture, which is a large asset in the success of the individual who comes into contact with it. Although the figures for individual colleges were in a sense unsatisfactory because they were so scattering, in another sense they were profoundly significant. Table 8. Numbers of distinguished persons graduating from certain specified colleges. The persons under consideration were born since 1869. They were therefore graduated for the most part since 1890. If the figures had reference to the middle of the 19th century, it might readily be taken for granted that they would pile up in certain of the older colleges, but these graduations have all occurred since 1890, in the age of many colleges. Nevertheless, the piling up process is evident. Harvard leads the race and, save for Yale, she is not even a respectable competitor. Among the 2,000 distinguished persons of the younger generation, Harvard has graduated almost as many as Columbia, Cornell, Pennsylvania, and Michigan combined. Almost as many as Columbia, Cornell, Pennsylvania, and Princeton combined. Almost as many as Wisconsin, Stanford, and Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Johns Hopkins, Chicago, and California combined. Harvard and Yale together have graduated 24 more of these distinguished persons than Columbia, Cornell, Pennsylvania, and Princeton combined. The supremacy of these two institutions, and of Harvard in particular, is little short of astounding. The effectiveness of these two institutions becomes even more remarkable when account is taken of the geographical distribution of their graduates. Most of the colleges listed show a great majority of localized graduations. Thus, among 52 distinguished graduates at Columbia, 34 were born in the Middle Atlantic states. Among 34 at Princeton, 20 were born in the Middle Atlantic states. Among 25 at California, 19 were born in the Pacific states. Among the 44 at Michigan, 33 were born in the East North Central states. The contrast between these institutions and Harvard and Yale is strongly brought out in the following table. Table 9 is displayed on the page, place of birth and college affiliation of distinguished persons for certain colleges. Yet even more than Harvard seems to have drawn her distinguished alumni from all parts of the country, and both of these colleges have done this in a unique way that is without parallel among the other colleges for which returns were tabulated, with the single exception of Stanford. The dissenter will argue that the very fact of the wide geographical distribution of these distinguished persons from Harvard and Yale is a proof that the pick of prospective college students from all sections choose Harvard and Yale. At the same time, something must be said for the power which an ideal of culture may exert. It is true, as many historians assert, that the spirit of Athens and Rome kindled the fires of genius in their sons. Then it may be equally true that the spirit at Harvard and at Yale kindles the fire of genius in their sons. Culture is a power. Somewhere it must be centered. Both the studies of distinguished Americans, which are under consideration, seem to show a high-pressure area of culture over New England and centering in her great institutions of learning. 5. Occupations. The persons whose names appear in Who's Who in America are almost wholly professional people. Among the 38,167,336 gainfully occupied persons in the United States in 1910, 4 in each 100 were in professions. Yet among the 2,000 distinguished persons under consideration, 80 in each 100 were in the professions. Either it is true that professional people make up the bulk of distinguished persons in the community, or else the people who are named from Who's Who are picked from the professional classes. Experience would lead to the belief that the leaders are picked from the professional classes. Educators are far in the lead among the occupational groups. Indeed, they contribute nearly a quarter of the total and almost twice as large a group as the scientists who rank next. Authors and public office holders rank close together. The rear is brought up by the learned professions, lawyers, doctors, and clergymen. These three groups, with the journalists, make up a less percentage than the educators alone. Table 10 is displayed on the page, number and percent of eminent persons born since 1869 in certain occupations. The real surprise in the occupation figures arise out of a comparison between the occupations of the persons of all ages studied in the Who's Who for 1912 to 13, and the persons born since 1869, included in the present study. Some of the differences existing between the two groups are striking. Table 11 is displayed on the page, percent of persons of various occupations as appearing in Who's Who for 2 periods of time. The gains are made by educators, authors, and scientists. Scientists in particular have doubled that percentage. The greatest decline is shown by clergymen and by lawyers. It seems a little surprising that there should have been a decrease in the proportion of businessmen. There is always a possibility that the method of selecting names for the Who's Who volume may have changed of late years in a way to place greater emphasis on some occupations and less on others. At the same time, daily experience verifies most of the showings made by these figures. Apparently, community leadership expresses itself through the professions preeminently. At the same time, during recent years, there is a rapidly changing significance in professions. Educators, scientists, authors, public officials, and businessmen now make up the body of leadership. The old-time learned professions comprise a comparatively small element in the whole group of distinguished Americans. 6. The sex differences of distinguished Americans. The most impressive fact which the study of sex distribution among distinguished Americans brings to light is a phenomenally small proportion of women whose names are included. Among the first 2,000 names of American-born persons appearing in Who's Who in America, only 169 are the names of women. There is no section of the country in which the number of women approaches that of men. There is considerable variation. The number of women per 100 men is higher in the west than in the east, and higher in the north than in the south. At the same time, the ratio is at best extremely low. Table 12. Sex distribution among the younger generation of distinguished Americans by geographic areas. The names of women appear very unequally in the various occupations. The women listed among the first 2,000 names in Who's Who constitute 8.4% of the whole. There are 4 occupations as classified in Table 13, for which the distinguished women are practically non-existent, and 2 others in which they make but a sorry showing. Lawyers, businessmen, public office holders, and clergymen include 577 men, or 32% of the total number of distinguished men. The same 4 occupations report 1 woman, or 0.5% of the distinguished women. Add to these 4 occupations doctors and scientists, and the aggregate of the 6 occupations is 915, 50% of all distinguished men. The same 6 occupations report only 3.5% of the distinguished women. The 6 occupations, lawyers, businessmen, public office holders, clergy, doctors, and scientists, report 915 distinguished men and 6 distinguished women, a ratio of 0.6 women to 100 men. Table 13 is displayed on the page. Sex distribution of first 2,000 American-born persons appearing in Who's Who for 1914 to 15, who have been born since 1869 by occupation. The great bulk of the distinguished women listed among the first 2,000 native-born persons in Who's Who are educators, authors, or actresses. These 3 occupations, with 623 distinguished men, 34% of the total number, have 118 distinguished women, 70% of the total number. In these 3 occupations, therefore, the ratio of women to men is 1 to 5. The one occupation of considerable magnitude in which women approach men is that of author. Of the 232 authors listed among the first 2,000 American-born persons in Who's Who, 75, 32% are women. At the same time, the 75 women authors comprise almost 1/2 all the distinguished women whose names appear in Who's Who. This showing takes on peculiar significance in view of the fact that until within the last 30 or 40 years, women were practically excluded from law, public office, the ministry, medicine, and higher education, while they were admitted with some degree of freedom to the fields of education and journalism, and could not, in the very nature of the case, be excluded from authorship. It may be true, as some students urge, that women are peculiarly adapted to emotional activities, of which certain lines of literary achievement are typical. At the same time, the searcher after truth may point with equal justification to the fact that women occupy a position commensurate with that occupied by men, in the one profession where they have been given an opportunity. The figures dealing with the decade of birth lead emphasis to the idea that the failure of women to attain positions of distinction has been due in the past to the restriction in opportunity. Women have been free to enter upon careers that lead to public distinction only within the past 30 or 40 years. Extensive higher education of women does not date back more than 20 or 25 years. Table 14 is displayed on the page. Sex distribution of first 2,000 persons in the Who's Who in America, 1914 to 15, who have been born since 1869. Among the distinguished persons born between 1870 and 1879, there are only 8 women per 100 men. In the next decade, this number increases to 18, more than double. And the last decade, where of course the figures are so few as to be wholly undependable, the ratio is even. The latter figures will undoubtedly show an increase in the ratio of women to men. 7. Conclusions. The facts regarding the place and time of birth, education, occupation, and sex of the younger generation of distinguished Americans lead to some rather significant conclusions. New England, though no longer supreme, is still distinctly in the ascendant as a producer of American leadership. The leadership comes out of the cities to a far greater degree than it does from rural districts. In certain cities like Cambridge and Nashville, the fecundity in distinguished persons is exceptional. Among the persons listed in Who's Who were born after 1869, the great majority were born in the decade 1870 to 79. The younger generation of distinguished Americans consists almost wholly of college graduates. In the list of colleges which have educated these distinguished persons, certain institutions, notably Harvard and Yale, stand out preeminently as trainers of leadership. The old learned professions, law, medicine, and the ministry, are losing very rapidly in favour of science and education. There has been a revolution in the source from which community leadership is secured. The younger generation of distinguished Americans is overwhelmingly male. Only a few women have pushed into the ranks, and they have founded only 3 professions. The tendencies which were noted in the earlier study of distinguished Americans appear in this latter study, some less and some more marked. Leadership arises even in this last generation from one half of the population, the men, from one small group of the population, the college-bred, from one small geographic area, the northeastern section of the United States, from one small group of occupations, the professions. End of the Younger Generation of American Genius by Scott Nearing. Recorded by Leon Harvey.